Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everyone who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. Y'all already know what to do. If you can hear and see everything okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot, then please give me a thumbs down or an angry face, and I will work on fixing it. Shout out to my man, FBA Crypto Soldier. It's good to see you, bro. Your ears must have been itching because I plan to talk about some crypto today, but it's good to see you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Mina Jean. Make sure y'all drop some like enforcement in the chat for Mina Jean, keeping them QC numbers up. My man, Black Free Thinker in the building. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? We got DeAndre in the house. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love and forcing those likes, all right? It's good to see each and every one of you. All right, so we're going to talk about what the 2024 election has exposed, you know what I'm saying, about American politics. Now, before I drop my opinions, which are going to be sprinkled throughout this live stream, I'm curious as to what you all think has been exposed about people from the 2024 election. One of the things that was recently exposed about Kamala Harris is that the town hall that she recently did admits it only takes pre-selected questions. Now, here's the interesting thing about that situation. How many people are aware of some of the talk that's going on about the CBS interview? There's some talk that things have been kind of quote unquote doctored. And if they've been doctored, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about some quote unquote prescription here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Crew Reality. What's good with you, bro? So why is it that you all think that the questions at these town hall meetings are pre-selected? People have been criticizing Kamala Harris for one, for not going onto interview platforms, and for two, when she does go onto the interview platforms, they're very staged, structured, and artificial. They're not really organic, and they don't really allow for thinking on the fly. Why is that? And also, shout out to Shamika. What's good with it, Shamika? You're supposed to increase your intensity as you go towards the end of the contest. It doesn't seem like that's what's been happening with her. So let's take a listen to this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dutch Janine Pirro, along with Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock.
Shout out to Quality Assurance. Shout out to Quality Assurance. Shout out to Crew Reality. Running that quality control. 14 watching, 12 likes. Smash that like button. Facts. And I got to agree. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said they are pre-scripted because her answers are baked into them. Facts. And the thing that's interesting about it is that her answers never really address any of the question. Her answers, I don't know what the answers are for, but they don't really ever address anything that's being discussed. Shout out to Late Not Last. What's good with it, bro?
In New York City, and this is the 5. 2 weeks to go, and poor Kamala Harris is all tuckered out. The candidate who likes to taunt Trump as exhausted is taking a day off from the campaign trail to prep for some pre-taped interviews with NBC and Telemundo. And that's not the only sign that Kamala is running on fumes. The vice president was out trotting out tired old attack lines about President Trump being the old threat to democracy, even though voters simply aren't buying it.
Donald Trump is an unserious man, but the consequences of him being president of the United States are brutally serious. There are things that he says that will be the subject of skits and laughter and jokes. But words have meaning coming from someone who aspires to stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Based on what she just said, what did you all get out of that? What did you all get out of that? Let me know.
Kamala also apparently can't take the heat. Check out this moment when her town hall moderator, Maria Shriver, flat out admits that Harris will only take pre-selected questions.
Now, this is wild. This is wild. If you're going to be the president of the United States and you have to deal with situations on a day-to-day, moment-to-moment basis, how can you thrive if you're only able to handle pre-selected questions? How many presidents or how many leaders of anything, even, I mean, CEOs or team captains or anything, are fortunate enough to only have to deal with pre-selected situations? Shout out to the Hula Gang. What's good with it?
So sit back, be comfortable.
Are we going to be able to answer questions?
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope.
What? What kind of nonsense is that? Yo, that's crazy right there. That's crazy.
I'm the king of the world. You will bow down, bitches.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Somebody make it make sense.
Questions.
So sit back, be comfortable.
Are we going to be able to answer questions?
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
And while Kamala takes a break.
Now, here's my question for everybody. And I need some serious answers for this because I don't know how this would work. How can you just I'm just, hey, hopefully, shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all being in here. Hopefully, I live stream the content that's in y'all head. Hopefully, I do that for you. Oh, man. Hopefully, I live stream the content that's in y'all head. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it or not, but I'm going to tell y'all off the rip. That's what I'm going to try to do. They starting with it early.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Shout out to Crew Reality. My bad, bro. You know what I got to get? Once I get my new setup, I got to get an equalizer.
Here's to stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
Kamala also apparently can't take the heat. Check out this moment when her town hall moderator, Maria Shriver, flat out admits that Harris will only take pre-selected questions.
So sit back, be comfortable.
Are we going to be able to answer questions?
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
And while Kamala takes a break, hard-charging Donald Trump is making a mad dash to the finish line with appearances in 2 separate states.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, can anybody give any viral moments that have improved Kamala Harris's viewability, that have improved her image? What has she done that has gone viral and everybody is like, yo, this is great. She done locked it in. She gonna win. What has she done? You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, I can't sleep. I had a dream that she won the election. Uh-oh, Christopher Williams was playing. Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. Kamala the president. Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. Oh, man. Don't wake me up till the election complete.
He's holding a rally later tonight in Battleground, North Carolina. And earlier, he held a roundtable with Latino leaders in Miami, where he took a shot at Harris's lackluster schedule.
I was going to hit her really hard on the trail today, but now I don't have to because she's off. She's off. No, I can't get over it. Who the hell takes off? We have 14 days left, and she'll take a couple of more days off, too. You know why? She's lazy as hell.
Okay, Jesse. I mean, 2 weeks left to the election. She's taking a day off, and she had the unmitigated goal to say on Friday that Donald Trump is exhausted, and 3 days later, she's taking a day off.
Well, she needs a day off to prep for the interview because she didn't prep for Brett, and she got smoked. Her team had to throw in the towel. And now she has staged Q&As. She has staged town halls. Everyone's trying to help Kamala, and Trump's trying to help you, the voter. And that's the difference. She's not taken seriously. Her saying Trump's not a serious person. Obama doesn't take.
Shout out to Torian. Shout out to MD Williams. What's good with it, bro? Hey, Carlton got me dying laughing. Carlton said, according to my insider information on Black Twitter, Kamala will win. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, if y'all agree with Carlton, Kamala gonna take it. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Right. Right. He said, and she's lazy as hell.
Her seriously. Obama didn't want her. Obama wanted an open primary. The other coup leader, Nancy Pelosi, doesn't take her seriously. She wanted Josh Shapiro. And so Kamala is the least serious candidate out there. She's known for laughing and not making any sense. And she talks about world leaders who she met fine. Trump's met them all, and they're taking him very seriously. All of these world leaders are now scrambling to prepare for Trump's second term.
Now, check this out. Do you guys remember when I said at the beginning when the political season first started that I thought that it was a bad move to remove Joe Biden and put Kamala Harris in, that would decrease the Democrats' chances of winning? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. Remember when we looked at all of the past indicators, when we did our assessment of the past indicators, we said that Kamala Harris would have a more difficult pathway to victory than Joe Biden would. So we were questioning why the Democrats did that as a strategy. You guys remember that? And look where we are now.
There's plants closing in Mexico, preparing for the tariffs. The EU is already gearing up for a peace summit over Ukraine. Trump spoke to the Wall Street Journal editorial page the other day, and he said, well, China's not going to go into Taiwan because I'm going to hit Xi with a 200% tariff. And Xi would never go in because he knows I'm effing crazy.
Yep.
And that counts for a lot.
You know, Dana, they're not even hiding it anymore. Maria Shriver actually comes out and says, you're not going to be able to ask a question. Unfortunately, we have predetermined questions. Hopefully, I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head.
Yes. And this is the same group that was complaining that Trump's McDonald's event was a staged campaign event. Like, okay, come on. Something's happening in the last 2 days. So this has a taste of 2016 to me. I heard today that the Kamala Harris people are floating and preparing the misogyny argument for if she loses. This is anecdotal.
Now, check this out. We're going to come back to this, right? I want you guys to hold on to what she said there. Now, there's another clip that came out, and that clip came out from the same show. And it's interesting, right? They go into talking about this quote-unquote Democrat buyer remorse. Now, this right here, this is wild right here. How many people have heard about these Democrats? And these particular Democrats are campaigning in their states, and their campaign talking point is their positive interactions with Trump. This is wild. Listen to this.
Brand is turning toxic. Battleground Democrats who are locked in tight Senate races are just chucking Harris under the bus and bragging about their ties to former President Trump.
Watch this.
Check out these ads they've been running.
Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China.
Tammy Baldwin got President Trump to sign her Made in America bill. And then she got President Biden to make it permanent.
Like, you can't make this up, man. You cannot make this up. Those are Democrats. Those are Democrat campaign ads. That is crazy. What's going on in the world? Shout out to the Church of Black Power. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all in here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media.
The Kamala brand is turning toxic. Battleground Democrats who are locked in tight Senate races are just chucking Harris under the bus and bragging about their ties to former President Trump. Check out these ads they've been running.
Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China.
Tammy Baldwin got President Trump to sign her Made in America bill. And then she got President Biden to make it permanent.
I wrote a law signed by President Trump forcing drug companies to show their actual prices.
Adding more insult to injury for Kamala's sputtering campaign, her staffers are freaking out over Michigan and that the blue wall's cracking. They're also seeing signs that North Carolina is slipping. But have no fear, Harold. The Democrats' human magic 8-ball himself, James Carville, thinks Kamala has it in the bag.
I think that Harris is going to win. Let me just say that up front. And I'm doubling down on that prediction, but could be wrong.
Could be wrong. So, Judge Jeanine, when you see these Democrats in these competitive states cozy up to Trump like that, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that their internal polling tells them a couple of things. Number one, that Trump is strong in their states. And number two, that they're going to stay away from Kamala. Now, the amazing thing is that these three governors, you're talking about Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, bro, I saw like 3 uploads from MSNBC today about panic in Michigan. Yeah, we're going to definitely talk about that. We're going to definitely talk about that because that is absolutely going down. All right. It's a lot of big issues going on in Michigan, right? And there's issues all across the board. I've never really seen a campaign be mismanaged like this before in my entire life. I've never seen anything like this, you know? Shout out to Crew Reality. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Crew Reality some love for standing on business for 6 months.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it, bro.
Again, Tammy Baldwin, Bob Casey, and Slotkin. They're not all governors. A couple of senators in there. They actually voted to impeach Trump. And yet right now they're seeing how the wave is going toward Trump. You know, it's that much more damning. They're not only embracing Trump. I mean, Slotkin could have said, you know, I drafted a bill that was signed into law, but she added by President Trump. She's wrapping herself around Trump, siding with President Trump, Tammy Baldwin says. So what you've got is this blue wall disintegrating, and then when they sit down, the 3 governors like
shout out to Deneen. Deneen said I'm almost on time. Throw some clocks and some watches in the chat for Deneen.
Shapiro, and Martha Raddatz says, why are they doing this? What is happening to the blue wall? And they're all saying people are craving leaders. This is Shapiro in Pennsylvania. Leaders who know how to get stuff done. And
Mina Jean got a good point. Mina Jean said, is it really buyer's remorse, Rob, or is it that people want to stop being a glutton for punishment on purpose? I think it's both. I think what we have is a situation where the Democrats are having buyer's remorse, right? I believe that the Democrats are having buyer's remorse because, like we had said in the beginning, there's less chances of Kamala Harris winning than Joe Biden winning. And they jumped the gun on that prematurely and swapped them out. And now they're seeing the results of that. And I think that the voters are starting to be more aware of the civic responsibility of understanding politics and understanding these politicians. And when voters are doing their own independent research, they're not accepting the nonsense that the mainstream media and that the infrastructure is trying to feed them. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on it. What do you guys think?
I can't help but think that, you know, the hurricane helped Trump. You know, he went there, he didn't cause a commotion. He's raising money for the people in North Carolina. He's going to carry North Carolina.
You know how much I love anecdotal evidence, Dana. Isn't this great anecdotal evidence that you don't even need to look at the polls? It tells you something.
I don't think, oh, you mean the ads?
Yeah, these
I
ads.
don't even think that's anecdotal. I mean, that's obvious. That's just a fact that they have a problem and they're trying to fix it. But here's the real problem that they have. Trump is either an unstable threat to democracy, or he's somebody that the independents can work with. Mm-hmm. It can't be both. So you can't have a closing argument that confuses people who, to the extent that there are undecideds left, are going to make up their minds going in. Like, that doesn't give them something to work with. Plus, they keep saying that they don't really know him enough. Then you have some Democrats now who are saying that they have buyer's remorse on Kamala Harris because you had a weakened Scranton Joe, but is a dangerous California liberal worse for these battleground states? Maybe. Maybe they didn't have a choice. And I think
yeah, I think so. I think so. Shout out to Torian. Torian said, now you can shut the stream down. Torian said, let's be real, Rob. The only reason each side of the political aisle need their candidate to win is so that they can keep their grift alive for as long as possible past the 5th. Yeah, I would agree. If you guys agree with Torian, throw some flames in the chat.
Nancy Pelosi would say that they didn't have a choice. They would have loved to have like a mini primary. That didn't work out. But the fact they have buyer's remorse 14 days before an election, not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Correct.
Yes.
Do you think it's kind of disgusting how these politicians will just do and say anything at the last second to stay alive?
You know, the only thing Kamala has in the bag is a bottle of Pinot Grigio. That's all I'm going to say. No, last week on my show, we did a story on a drug that makes the skin of mice transparent.
All right, yeah. So now we get into the realms of being weird, right? So let's go back to this one about these quote unquote preordained questions. All right. My man was about to sit up there and talk about some transparent mice skin.
Being off the trail with the last 2 weeks to go, and your closing argument, which was about we're not going back, it's exciting, it's joy. Now they're back to old reliable because he's dangerous and he's a problem for democracy. The polling shows that's not working. She's not talking about the economy. And now he's stolen all the joy and he's having a good time. And so when you start looking at some of these early vote returns, Republicans are eating into the Democrats' early vote returns. That doesn't mean that there are more Republican votes than Democratic votes in the end, because that just might mean that Republicans decided to vote earlier than they would have on election day. So caution there.
PD, shout out to
But
Win,
if
Lose,
you're
or Rug.
looking
What's
at
good with y'all?
momentum and who's winning, at the moment, it does feel like Trump is. And I'll add one other thing. There was a reporter yesterday, I can't remember the name, from Politico, and they had one story that said Trump won the day. This is the headline. And the subheadline was Trump won the day because he showed his trademark capacity to entertain and drive headlines on.
Now, shout out to Mina. Mina says, what is your opinion that if she wins, we will go to war besides the war that we're already in? I believe that if Kamala Harris wins, there will be a larger degree, quote unquote, of establishment control. And if you ask me, I believe that the establishment has a schedule of certain, quote unquote, wars that they want to do. So I do believe that there would be a higher likelihood of, quote unquote, wars as a result of geopolitical turmoil and the people being able to control those things that want to control them. Trump, I don't know, like that danger is still there. Trump is not immune to that. And I think with the right incentive, Trump would actually go along with it as well. He would sell everybody out just as quickly. But I think that there's a little bit less of a likelihood as a result of Trump's own narcissism and wanting to be looked at as somewhat of a legend with the voters. So I think the interesting thing about it is I think the bad in Trump would actually keep the worst from coming from a potential, presidential candidacy where we're talking about a World War III situation. And another thing is with Trump too, is he really likes that whole idea of him being the guy that keeps world peace and all of the world leaders enjoying having fun with him and whatever. So I think that he would want to maintain that image, and him needing to self-fulfill that image would, if you ask me, kind of slow that process down by default. You know what I'm saying?
On the campaign trail. We say that all the time, right? So this reporter from Politico got hammered by the left from all the Obama bros, all the people from the campaign. It reminded me of when Joe Biden used to send out memos demanding more negative coverage about Donald Trump. And to me, it just has this feel of if you're winning, you kind of feel like it and you have that wind at your back.
So, yeah, and the thing is that's interesting is if you're listening to the mainstream media, does it feel like the Democrats are winning? Does it feel like Kamala Harris is winning? It doesn't, does it? It doesn't feel like that at all. Yeah, I don't know what the Obama bros are. shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said the Obama bros. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Obama bros. So I think this is one of those clips that DeAndre was talking about here. Michael Moore and Joy Reid talking about Michigan's Arab voters. And what's interesting about this is that they don't come at them and call them crazy or anything like this. It's a conversation of nothing but quote unquote respect. So how does that work exactly? How? Think about that. Just think about that. How does that work? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris was back in Michigan, where early in-person voting is underway in parts of the state as part of a blue wall multi-state blitz with Liz Cheney courting disaffected Republican voters, including those in suburban Detroit.
I believe what is at stake in this election is so fundamental for us as Americans. Do we prioritize a president of the United States who cares about rule of law? What I think most of us believe, regardless of your party affiliation, that the real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up.
It's a continued sign of how important Michigan and its...
Hey, shout out to DeAndre running quality control. Throw them clipboards in the chat and them 100s. We on that good 30 for 30. That's what's good.
15 electoral college votes are this year. Over the weekend, the vice president held a rally with singer Lizzo in Detroit. And former First Lady Michelle Obama will join Harris on Saturday for a rally to kick off statewide early voting in Michigan. Both Vice President Harris and Donald Trump blanketed Michigan Friday as they tried to shore up support.
No, we don't mind that heart. We don't mind that heart at all. That heart matched Joy Reid's eyeshadow. That heart matched Joy Reid's eyeshadow.
In the state. Vice President Harris is facing opposition from Michigan's large Arab American and Muslim communities over the Biden administration's support of Israel's war in Gaza, while Donald Trump tried to clean up a mess after insulting.
Now, here's my question. Why are people not coming at the Arab community the way that black men are being attacked and discussed? Because we're going to get into that later. We're going to talk about what's going on with how they talking about black men. Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Eminem was in Detroit today with Barry. Like, come on, bro. Eminem should have sat that one out. You know what I'm saying?
The state's largest city and belittling Michigan's many auto workers.
Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at our cities. We're a developing nation. We have to develop more than they do. The Mercedes-Benz will start building in the United States. They build everything in Germany, and then they assemble it here. They get away with murder because they say, oh, yes, we're building cars. They don't build cars. They take them out of a box and they assemble them. We can have our child do it.
Wow. Joining me now is Michigander Michael Moore, Academy Award-winning filmmaker and host of the Michael Moore podcast. Michael, thank you for being here. You generally have a good sense of how your state is trending. How's it looking? Which of the two candidates' messages seem to be resonating?
Oh, I felt certainly since July that we were going to win Michigan. I still feel that way. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that Biden and Harris got 70% of the Arab American and Muslim American vote in Detroit and Michigan back in 2020, 70%. As of May, due to the Gaza war, the vote had dropped to 12% of the Arab voters in Michigan.
So they reacted quickly. See, this is what I'm talking about. They reacted quickly. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear those statistics? So what did he say in 2020? There was a 70% vote, and now currently it dropped down to 12. Quick reaction, very quick reaction. Okay. So now here's the thing, right? Why are these voters not being discussed in the way that they discuss us in terms of quote unquote hate speech? Because if you ask me, the way that the mainstream media and the way that other content creators discuss black people and black voters, it's hate speech. Undoubtedly hate speech. You know what I'm saying?
Your state is trending. How's it looking? Which of the two candidates' messages seem to be resonating?
Oh, I felt certainly since July that we were going to win Michigan. I still feel that way. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that Biden and Harris got 70% of the Arab American and Muslim American vote in Detroit and Michigan back in 2020, 70%. As of May, due to the Gaza war, the vote had dropped to 12% of the Arab voters in Michigan. It's back up now that Harris is the candidate, to about 43%. But it was 70% back in 2020 for Harris and for Biden. So we've got a lot of work to do in Michigan to convince, mainly there's about 2 million non-voters, people generally who don't vote but are eligible to vote, who don't vote. So we just need to convince about 40,000 of them to show up in a state where Hillary lost by 10,000 votes, 2 votes per precinct. We have to do that. And there were 75,000 voters in.
Now, I want to, do you guys see how Michael Moore is coming up with all these figures, and he's saying all we got to do is just get this amount of people. We got to get this number. We got to get these people to get to the poll. Almost sounding like begging and pleading. Almost sounding like begging and pleading. Keep that in mind.
In 2016, when Hillary did lose, 75,000 Michiganders, mostly in Democratic districts, left the top line on the ballot blank. Presidential
facts. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, because our vote isn't requested, it's expected. If you guys agree with DeAndre, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with DeAndre, then give me a thumbs down. Because our vote isn't requested, it's expected. Facts. Facts. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. When it comes to the Democrats, do we have just as much of an of an expectation requirement on them for production and action, there should be some turnaround on those votes that they get. For 6 decades with 80% floor support, there has been very minimal turnaround in return on investments, or ROV, return on votes. We're gonna come up with our own new ratio, our own new quality measure. We run in quality control. We got quality measures. We should have a return on our vote, right? So we're gonna from here on out start measuring ROV. What's the return on vote, right? Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. He the first stream sponsor. Definitely appreciate you, bro, for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
DSB says, convince me by cutting the checks for the black community. Otherwise, F you. Right. Facts. Super facts. Shout out to Torian. Torian says, you can tell we are getting under their skin since they want to pull out all the daggers, especially on BM lately. Yeah, facts. And guess what? we busting back. We about to bust back. It's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Line. Didn't like Trump, didn't like Hillary, and we ended up Michigan in the Trump category. So I and others are trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm not asking Muslim or Arab Americans, especially. These are our neighbors in Michigan. They've lost family members. They've lost people they know in their community, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon. We'll make up the votes in other ways. I'm not going to insult them by asking them to vote.
Not going to insult them by asking them to vote. Now, you know, if we standardize things and, you know, quote unquote, treat everybody equally, right? Because equal is standardization. Based on how Michael Moore said that the Arab voters in Michigan should be treated, how are we being treated based on what he said, based on his expectation of quote unquote voter courtesy towards the Arab Americans in Michigan who are not voting? How have black Americans been treated this election? That's my question.
Trump category. So I and others are trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm not asking Muslim or Arab Americans, especially. These are our neighbors in Michigan. They've lost family members. They've lost people they know in their community, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon. We'll make up the votes in other ways. I'm not going to insult them by asking them to vote for, in their minds, what they say to me and to others.
So if they're making up the votes for these people in other ways, then what that means is that, you know, for the most part, they could make up the votes that they claim that they're losing from us in other ways too. And they could, you know, scram with the nonsense and mis and disinformation that they decide to sit out here and spew against black men because they're upset that their constructed political campaign for Kamala Harris isn't working as expected. Right?
The administration funded Bibi Netanyahu, and it's funded this war. And you can say to them, yeah, but you know, Trump's going to be a lot worse. And they're like, yeah, no, we remember. He wouldn't let us travel. That's what Trump did, travel ban against us. The American tax dollars have funded the war and have paid for the bombs and the slaughter. And I'm sorry.
Now that's a very interesting argument and a very interesting point. And what I find very fascinating and even more interesting than all of the points that Michael Moore is making on behalf of the Arabic people in Michigan is that Joy Reid is sitting there like a well-behaved pet at a house, very domesticated and not really jumping all over the place at flashing lights and different things like that. Now, if we were discussing black people, let me ask you this question. If we were discussing black people, what would Joy Reid be doing right now?
And to others, this administration funded Bibi Netanyahu, and it's funded this war. And you can say to them, yeah, but you know, Trump's going to be a lot worse. And they're like, yeah, no, we remember. He wouldn't let us travel. That's what Trump did, travel ban against us. The American tax dollars have funded the war and have paid for the bombs and the slaughter. I'm sorry, I'm just a white guy. I'm not going to ask my neighbors in Detroit who are Arab and Muslim to go against their conscience.
That's very interesting. This is all very interesting, man. This is all very interesting. Peep game, man. Peep game. Get the clips, peep game.
We'll take care of it. We'll make up the votes through the non-voters who are going to come out. And Joy, as you know, this is going to be a tsunami of women voters in this election in 2 weeks. I don't think some people, the pollsters, I don't know if they understand how many women are going to come out. You can't tell 51% of the population that they don't have the equal rights to their bodies that men have. It's just I'm sorry.
Well, a couple things, because you're saying that you wouldn't go in and tell Arab and Muslim American voters what to do. I mean, on the other side, Lara Trump's father-in-law is doing that with Richard Grenell. His name is Vasad Boulos. They are out there like really pushing and trying to stop for Donald Trump actively. Our own one of our reporters went and talked to Lebanese American voters who are very much opposed. So there is an attempt on the other side. But I do want to talk about some of the other places.
Unfortunately, I'm not Laura Trump's father-in-law or anything like that. So I have a heart. And I understand why. And so instead of complaining about it or wagging my white boy finger at them to vote, I'm going to get
this whole like Michael Moore wagging my white boy finger thing. This is very weird. This is how many people think that this is weird. It's very interesting how we can do all of this, except for when it comes to dealing with anti-Black racism issues or issues against Black Americans here in the United States. It's very, very odd. Yeah, right. Exactly. Shout out to Prestige Crawler over on Twitch. If you guys ain't following me on Twitch, make sure you guys go and check out Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Very weird. Yeah, facts. Shout out to DeAndre. Yeah. And we're going to look at that. We're going to look at even more. We're going to look at this contradiction. Fact, shout out to PD. You did call it. Shout out to Carlson. It's a strange flex. This is a strange flex.
Get out 40,000 other people who are usually non-voters, but would vote for the Democrat. We know who they are. We're getting them out. We're going door to door. We're not going to let Michigan fall into Trump's hands.
Let me ask you this, because Donald Trump did a couple of stunts. His stunt, pretending like he was working at McDonald's. It was a closed McDonald's. It was a complete stunt. It was BS. Then he goes to North Carolina. That was in Pennsylvania. Then he goes to North Carolina and he gets a French fry pin given to him by congressmen who before had to get rid of disinformation that Trump was spreading about the hurricane. And he was standing in front of hurricane damage, getting this pin. He's insulting Detroit workers, saying a child could do the work that auto workers do. Does that kind of stuff start to land? Just the insult, the repeated insults against working men and women.
Well, and over the weekend, he told the wives of Michigan to get your fat husbands off the couch to go vote. And it's like,
and insulting Detroit.
And Detroit, yeah. He says America, America's going to end up like Detroit. America should be so grateful.
Now check this out, right? Trump told these wives to get their husbands up off the couch. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that because we're outraged about that, right? We're outraged. If you're outraged about that, throw them angry faces in the chat. We're outraged. Shout out to Carla. What's good with you, Carla? We're outraged, right?
That they end up like Detroit. I mean, especially the way that Detroit has come back. It is coming back.
Absolutely.
And all the great things that are happening. But there's always that tacit racism involved in statements like that. Oh, you're going to be like Detroit.
Right.
It's like
Black run city. 80% Black. Yeah.
Exactly. In Cleveland, their city slogan is Cleveland, we're not Detroit. Okay. That's the kind of stuff we have.
That's literally not our slogan. There's not a slogan like that. Actually, the slogan is "We're the mistake on the lake." That's the actual slogan. Yeah. So there's that. You know what I'm saying? Coming from somebody from Cleveland.
To put up with as Detroiters and Flint people. So, but my last comment for listening is get 3 people to go to the polls with you on election day. You've got to get. It's not a vote. If only you're voting once, you don't have 3 other people voting. We lose. Right. Everybody vote and get 3 other people vote. Sorry, I'm sorry.
All right, Mike. No worries, Michael Moore. You have given us the call, and hopefully your fellow Michiganders will listen.
So what I found extremely interesting about that was I found Joy Reid's calm, cool, non-Black bashing demeanor very interesting. And I find it even more interesting that she didn't use any of the standards that she applies when she's discussing Black people or Black voters. She didn't apply any of that to what Michael Moore was talking about. And what Black people are doing, for the most part, especially the Black people that's taking the couch, this election cycle, it's not much different than the idea of the undecided or the uncommitted or the abandoned Harris movement, right? But for whatever reason, when we do it, we deserve to be attacked. Shout out to MC Fact. What's good with you, bro? When we do it, we deserve to be attacked. Well, we attack back. Now, I don't know if anybody saw this, right? Shout out to Carlton, because Carlton had put a little clip or like a little YouTube short in the chat, in the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, make sure y'all join the Discord. I didn't have time to put the links up that I usually do in the chat, but if y'all are interested in the Discord, one of the mods could get the link for you. When I first heard about this, it was a tweet, I think maybe, that Brianna Joy Gray had shared, and it was using the pop the balloon game, which is one of the most ignorant things to ever occur on social media. How many people have ever seen this pop the balloon lunacy? If you guys have seen it, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to my man AW1 for holding it down for 15 months. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. Y'all know what to do.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. DSB says, I'm going to be real. I've always been a leader, not a follower. And these folks that's called leaders. Ha, bro, facts. Super facts, bro. Super facts. I agree 100%. You know what I'm saying? So, this is Breaking Points, and this dude Sanger he's just a sad case. You know what I'm saying? Professor Black Truth really lit him up. You know what I'm saying, in this video that Professor Black Truth just recently did. But yeah, Sanger is he's just one of probably the worst political commentators online. Lucky, you know what I'm saying, lucky he got linked up with Crystal Ball back in the day when they was on the Hill, or else he'd just be out there with nothing. You know what I'm saying? He'd be out there with nothing. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for Crystal Ball being a modern woman and her breaking him off, Sanger would just be out there. He would just be out there floating. You know what I'm saying? He's not really charismatic. He has very little entertainment value, very low knowledge base, poor understanding of United States politics and American history. Not really a contribution at all. But Crystal and Sanger discussed the pop the balloon ad that came out recently from the Kamala Harris campaign. And my question is, how flat does your learning curve have to be? The vax that ass up, the get your booty to the poll and all of that, all of the backlash that they got last election cycle about that stuff. And then they come out and try this. I mean, what did they think was going to happen? So let's listen to their take on it. Because when I would have reacted to this a while ago, but I heard that it was quote unquote fake. And then all of a sudden it was real. I guess it really did come from the Kamala Harris campaign, or either it came from some super PAC, that's associated with her. So my question is, why would you bring politics to somebody like this with this? Shout out to my man We Lit. What's good with you, bro? It doesn't make any sense.
Move on to some strange campaign doings from Kamala Harris. They clearly, she went on with Reverend Sharpton. We showed you that interview, went on the Shade Room, had Barack Obama go out and lecture black men for some reason that was very disturbing and uncomfortable. They clearly realized that they need.
And we're gonna go further into the quote unquote lecturing of black men a little bit later on in the stream, because that's what the theme is. That's what's going on here. That's what's being done. And first and foremost, right? Us discussing this is different than the fake outrage, right? Because everybody else that's talking about this, let me tell you something. Over here, us, This is legit irritation, right? But when it comes to everybody else, it's nothing but content and campaign, firepower. No more, no less. None of these other people care. None of these other people care, right? Only we care. So, it's interesting to look at what they're saying and see how they pay attention to it. But we know that there's nothing behind it but empty emotion and AdSense dollars, right?
To shore up their support with what is a key voting demographic for the Democratic Party, and it's been consistently very supportive. So one of the efforts they put out was the following ad. Take a look.
Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
Hey, Trey.
Hey.
So, what do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Okay. Do you work out?
I like to stay active. Yeah.
Do you have a plan to vote?
I didn't plan on it.
So basically,
how many people have been inspired to vote by that? How many people were inspired to vote by that? I wasn't. Let's just keep it a buck. I was not inspired to vote by that at all. Shout out to my man, DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. DSB killing it. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization and growing the organization. Definitely appreciate it, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Now, my question is, what is that supposed to do? What is that supposed to do? Could you imagine had they done that with the quote unquote Arabic voters or the undecided voters in Michigan? How do you think that would have went down? Again, if you ask me, hey man, that's hate speech. That's hate speech. You know what I'm saying? It's hate speech.
Following ad. Take a look.
Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
Hey, Trey.
Hey.
So, what do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Okay. Do you work out?
I like to stay active. Yeah.
Do you have a plan to vote?
I didn't plan on it.
So basically, the message here is, guys, if you don't vote.
Yeah, facts. Shout out to the Hula Gang. The Hula Gang says, yo, Black Light Revelations 2. This is more of that gender divide stuff about black women. Hold your sex to put black men in place. Their crap. Yeah, I agree. If you guys would agree with the Hula Gang, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, they trying to make it so can't nobody eat the cat. See, Trump over there talking about eat the cat. They over there talking about keep the cat. You got two different dynamics. You got one side of the political aisle talking about eat the cat, and the other side talking about keep the cat. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's getting weird. Just turning into the cat election. Yeah, and shout out to Torian. Torian said, and notice they used BW and BM to do that ad. Facts. How come, when it comes to the conservatives, why didn't they do like a fake whatever podcast type, ad where they had, Andrew Wilson and four feminists and, Andrew Wilson kind of roast them and be like, this is why white people need to vote for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Because we could do this. You know what I'm saying? We could lace them gloves up and we can do it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the round, I'm gonna still be standing up. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Vote for Kamala Harris, then. You're not gonna get any dates. It's pretty wild.
Okay.
shout out to Patrick. You know what I'm saying? Patrick on it. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely on it.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Patrick says, I want the Dems to lose so bad, I'm salivating. Facts. Yo, how many of y'all with Patrick? If y'all with Patrick, throw them flames in the chat. And shout out to Miss Niecy. What's good with it, Miss Niecy? Now, look, shout out to Carlton, right? Because, Carlton be noticing stuff like this. Always got a front on Carlton. Don't it look like Crystal Ball been doing extra military presses? Them shoulders getting kind of wide, man. She about to try out for the next She-Hulk movie or something. She about to go run a quadrathlon or something. What's going on there?
So, I think shocking, crazy, also indicative of a real phenomenon. I mean, if we're going to be real, and let's put this up there on the screen. This has been, I mean, how many monologues have I done about this now at this point? How many times have I talked about it here in the show? Gender is going to be a huge factor in this election. Here's what the data shows. What they say is that we're on track for one of the largest gender gaps in modern American history. Quote, younger women are registering to vote at record rates. They tell abortion pollsters abortion rights are their most crucial voting concern. If you look at the gender gap, which has been in every election since 1980, it is at a record high. That is the gap specifically between men and women and what they're voting on. If we look at the Georgia poll that I just referenced that dropped this morning from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, you see a massive 50-point spread between men and women on the question of who they're going to support for president. And actually, when we dig into young...
Yeah, look, shout out to Carlton, right? Look, her shoulders are getting bigger and bigger, and her head is getting smaller and smaller, bro. Every episode of Breaking Points, her shoulders get bigger. Her shoulders get bigger, and her head gets smaller. She getting too big, man. She gotta lay low on the creatine, and she ain't getting big in the fat way. You know what I'm saying? Like, she ain't getting big where it's like you getting too big, you need to start working out. No, you getting too big, you need to stop working out. Oh man, shout out to my man DSB, man. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. I appreciate you, bro. DSB funding the organization and growing it.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Oh man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy work, man. I told y'all, Crystal Ball wild out here, man. That's an OG modern woman right there.
Young men, that is even more interesting. So let's put this up there on the screen. Wall Street Journal, same phenomenon. Gender gap is defining feature of the deadlocked Trump-Harris race. Now, as we have seen, racial de-alignment in the U.S., a lot of it is polarizing amongst gender lines. Now,
shout out to AW1. Nah, you know what? I wasn't able to see it. I know you put the link in the chat, but the chat ended up getting cut out because I had to take out copyright parts of the video. So can you leave the link to it either on a community tab or in the comment section after a video? Because sometimes the live chat will get cut out if I got to edit to get the copyright parts out. And then once you do that, just let me know that you did it, and then I'll go check it out.
Now, still, the most polarizing thing in America is education. But education is also polarizing amongst gender lines. We've had now some 4 years of mass...
Shout out to DSB. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. DSB showing hella love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
People around.
I'm rich, bitch. Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pie.
Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Deneen. Deneen said that this is the lowest black support since the 1980s, which is wild because the lowest is 80% still. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Shout out to DSB. DSB said, I told you, brother, I'm always good. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you.
Female enrollment in colleges relative to men, huge numbers of young men, Gen Z men specifically, dropping out of college and or not even attending college in the first place, pursuing a different career path. I think that's great, but culturally sets people up for a lot of divisions whenever it comes to the dating market, in terms of wages, where you move. I've talked about this a lot. It really determines like who you are and like what you do. Now, based on that, what we see is this dating.
Now, I think that is interesting, right? The title of this is Kamala threatens black men with no dates if they don't vote. That's the title, right? Which is a wild title. I mean, it's true. And we've seen this kind of thing happen forever, right? And then when people talk about this kind of stuff, it's just misogyny if anybody's speaking about it. But what they've done on Breaking Points is they started out with that, led with that, And now they're talking about something completely different and not even going into the issues or implications. And this is what I'm talking about how this is fake outrage. Shout out to all the black men who are in here. I want you guys to understand, you all know who you listen to. There are only very few people who are actually sincere and really irritated and have legit concern about this issue. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Crystal and Sager do not. They don't care. This is just, they saw that this was a viral title. vidIQ's artificial intelligence told them to do it. They put a little clip in the beginning to get people engaged into the video. Now they're going into what they want to talk, because that's the construction of a YouTube video, right? Spoiler alert to people that are not content creators that might want to be content creators.
Thing is a real phenomenon, which you actually pulled this, and it's fantastic. Let's put it up there on the screen. Some 3/4 of college-educated young women are less likely to date a Trump supporter. So here we have all young women, people who say that they are a lot less.
So now the ad wasn't targeting all young women, or the ad wasn't targeting all men neither. The ad was targeting black men and black women, right? So it's interesting how they got it diluted. So let's ask this question: why the dilution? Shout out to Jay Bird. What's good with you, bro? Why the dilution?
Likely to date a Trump supporter, some 55%. Somewhat less likely is actually still more. Amongst Republicans, it's a little bit different.
Even 39% of Republican women are like,
that's why I'm like,
no Trump.
You know, I mean, but this is the survey of American life. It's actually a pretty rock solid survey. Now it says young women with a college degree, some 76% say that they are less likely to date someone who is a Trump supporter. Some 52% say Republican. And then young women with a high school education, it's still some 38%, and 30% on if they're a question of a Republican or not. So that ad kind of hits at something. And I mean, I think it's very unfortunate, you know, given
the ad doesn't, none of, now I want this again, this is Sanger and Crystal not acknowledging the different type of issues that black people have while using this as content to boost their numbers. This is, none of what's going on here have anything to do with the dynamics in that video. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
in the way politics are, and just sociologically and like what that means for the country. But that's what the ad, I guess, is trying to capitalize on. And specifically,
interesting. They're going right at it, huh?
Well, but I think they're really going.
No, no, that's not what the ad is going on at all. The ad is going on the ongoing gender war that is going on social media and has been going on for a long time with black men and black women as a result of the United States. That's what's happening on this video. But Sanger is so insecure, so unlearned about the United States that he literally has no idea what he's talking about. None whatsoever. And Crystal Ball, you know, she's just going to sit there and let him sing. So, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay Bird. Make sure y'all show Jay Bird some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from my man Jay Bird, OG channel member, funding and supporting the organization, being part of the green team for 29 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. Now, again, this is another thing that I want to address, and I want people to understand the importance of it. If you ask me, this is one of the reasons why it's so important that we create and grow organic, self-contained, self-funded media outlets that are independent of these social media platforms like YouTube. And the reason why is because people will listen to this nonsense. Like, I am a black person, right? You all in the comment section are black people. We are all black American people. We understand and know our dynamic. We understand and know our culture. We understand and know what goes on. We understand and know our demographics, certain things that we can pick up on. Because Crystal and Sanger have a nice setup and lots of corporate money that comes in and funds them and a professional setup and all that, people will actually listen to them over us about us. I don't look, man, shout out to Chief Keef. That's that ish I don't like. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. Like, when I talk, I'm telling you guys stuff from my life experience, and y'all can relate to it. You know what I'm saying? When Sanger and Crystal say something, they're telling you something about something that they heard, something that one of their interns or their research team might have told them. And people will say, well, yeah, you know, there's this small YouTuber or whatever. You know, I don't know what he's talking about. But, you know, I listened to an actual official platform, and the official platform said this. They're not the official platform. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to talking about those type of issues and stuff like that, they're not the official platform. You will get more accurate information over here. Torian, TD, Kid Gravity, Moxie Approved. You know what I'm saying? Than you will on this type of issue about that. But you will have somebody come up and say, well, I heard this on Breaking Points. Okay, well, I don't know. I heard this when I was 8 years old. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, yeah, no. And the thing is, if you ask me, is that we got to start treating our information like it's it is official information, but we've got to start giving it the respect and professionalism and presentation as if it's professional information, because this stuff right here that these two are doing, this got to get blown out of the water. Literally no one, if you see that on Twitter, right, that popped the balloon thing, and you be like, what's going on? And then you go and research that to see like, how is that relevant to the election? You need to hear how that's relevant to the election from somebody like me, somebody like Torian, somebody like KG, somebody like TD, somebody like Moxie, not somebody like Crystal or somebody like Sanger. Not like those people. When have you ever seen a Pop the Balloon episode with somebody like Sanger or somebody like Crystal in it? I think I have seen it. Nah, I don't think they ever had a white girl on Pop the Balloon. I know for a fact they ain't had no Asian dude on there. So how would they even understand that dynamic or what that means or any of that? They don't know about the Aaron the plumber thing or any of that. None of that. Nothing. But shout out to Thai City, because this is subscriber supremacy in the political arena. Subscriber supremacy, they can say whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be able to fly. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DSB. DSB killing it. Make sure y'all show DSB some big love. DSB the reason why the light's on, y'all. DSB said, I'll say this, Rob, bro. You got my respect, just like everyone else I'm subscribed to and family in the chat. You have my respect too. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. You definitely have my respect and appreciation. You know what I'm saying? I definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Oh, hold on. What's up with my drops? Oh, here we go. Wait a minute.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. So yeah, man, like this is wild. And again, you'll hear it and you'll see it. There'll be people, they'll be like, well, I heard this on Breaking Points, or I heard this on The Hill. And it's like, yo, who cares? In any situation, how is second or third hand information more viable than first hand information? Somebody make it make sense. This is how you get them talking about the Pop the Balloon show referenced in a campaign ad by Kamala Harris to some type of weird graph about all men and women and Trump support in dating. Like, what?
I don't think it's a coincidence there was a young black guy who was in there. And because it's part of the blackmail strategy. So first election.
What? He said, I don't think that it's a surprise that it's a black male guy. I mean, you shouldn't be. So if you knew anything about the Pop the Balloon show, you dork, then you would know why there was a black male there, you geek. You know what I'm saying? Your glasses are thicker than your brain cells. I don't know why I'm surprised that there's a black guy there. Literally, you shouldn't be. And again, like, these are the people that are supposed to be so intelligent. What kind of research did you do on this?
Fortunate, given the way politics are, and just sociologically and like what that means for the country. But that's what the ad, I guess, is trying to capitalize on. And specifically,
kind of interesting. They're going right at it, huh?
Well, what I think they're really going at is, I don't think it's a coincidence there was a young black guy who was in there. And because it's part of the black.
I get you. Hey, guess what, Boy Wonder? I don't think that it was a coincidence either. I don't think that it was a coincidence either. Now go get Batman his cape. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
Strategy. So first we lecture, then we shame about, oh, well, no, what Obama said, I need to speak to the brothers. So now they're like, oh, well, now we need to make sure that they know that these black women, they're not going to want to get with you if you don't vote for Kamala Harris. I mean, frankly, I think it's disgusting, but it is a real phenomenon. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. Shout out to Professor Black Truth for that video that he did about Sanger, because that was another thing that I thought was interesting. Come to find out, Sanger's a cock cop. Sanger's a dick policeman. But that's another story for another day.
If you dig into the numbers also of what issues men versus women say are their top priorities. And again, as you were pointing before, like I think it's difficult for people to actually say like, 100%. This is my top issue and this is how I'm ranking things. But anyway, it's interesting to look at the numbers. In August, the economy and inflation were men's most important issues in deciding their vote. For women, abortion and the economy and inflation are.
And again, haven't I said this? I've said this all throughout the election season when we're talking about these 2 out of 3 issues and the 66-33 split, the 80-20 principle. Haven't we? We literally been talking about this the entire time. Now, mind you, those are election-specific statistics, right? They don't really have much to do with the pop the balloon issue. For one, the pop the balloon issue is just repeated bad campaigning when it comes to Democrat language and speaking to black people, right? Because we've got all the receipts. I got a playlist on my channel that's called Blaxploitation Politics. Watch the Blaxploitation Politics playlist, and on that playlist we talk about all of the disrespectful ways that Democrats have communicated political messages to black people, right? So there's a long history of that being done, the dumbing down and just silly advertising and using celebrities. I mean, this could be talked about in terms of why they had Usher and why they had Lizzo out there. And, again, Sanger doesn't understand any of that. Like, this dude is actually like he's an actual TV dork. The most nerdy person that they have on TV, that's always the geek on a TV show. Like, that's Sanger. Like, he like Crystal Ball is the superhero and Sanger is actually like the goofy sidekick. Like, this is actually the perfect scenario for this. You got She-Hulk right there, and then there's the goofy sidekick, the goofy lab guy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is. And I don't know why she lets him. I think I do know why she lets him do that, because it's just like entertainment, and if he's there, it kind of makes her look more informed and coherent. But I mean, I don't know. Like, at what point is this dude gonna wake up into reality? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. We got the meal on the house tonight. Brooklyn Queen says, unless they eat the cat, unless they eat the cat, right? Get your forks, get your knives. Let's go.
In Springfield.
So don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Eat the cat. Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. Eat the cat. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Eating the dog. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dog. Eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he flipping at? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Oh man! Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, "Rob, how can I get this Eat the Cat song with a $10 and up super chat?" Was the only way to guarantee get it is a $10 and up super chat. No, I'm just playing. It's a content creator named I think his name is the Marine Rapper. It should be on his either like YouTube page or Spotify or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization. We're gonna hit DSB with the we're gonna hit DSB with the chorus.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. They're eating the dog. Where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Man, that song's so hype, man. It's hilarious. Oh man, it's so hype, man. It's hilarious.
This is my top issue, and this is how I'm ranking things. But anyway, it's interesting to look at the numbers. In August, the economy and inflation were men's most important issues in deciding their vote. For women, abortion and the economy and inflation are all tied as the most important issues. And
so the thing is that if you ask me, what this implies is that there's I don't know how much this issue of quote unquote misogyny comes into play when discussing the election, because what's clear here, what's obvious here, what's evident here is that men and women across the board, right, prioritize different issues, and those issues that they prioritize are what's driving their votes. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I don't think in most cases men are voting the way that they're voting to quote unquote spite women, and I don't think that women are voting the way that they're voting to quote unquote spite men. I don't see that taking place. I don't believe that that's happening. You know what I'm saying?
for women under age 45, abortion is the single most important voting issue. Similar findings, in that Wall Street Journal piece we had up as well. 27% of women, but only 8% of men list abortion as the top issue motivating their vote for president. And you see we have long seen how the gender gap is probably going to be the defining issue of this election. I mean, there are a lot of different ways that the electorate demographically is divided. But in this one, we are likely to see, if the polls bear out, the largest gender gap in modern American history. The gender gap emerged basically in 1980, and women have tended to be more Democratic and men more Republican for, our entire lives, certainly. Mm-hmm. But we're getting to new and extraordinary levels of divergence between the two sexes. And you also saw this even in the strategy of Republicans at the RNC. It was this very Hulk Hogan and Dana White and this very campy kind of masculinity. And, the women tend to vote at slightly higher rates than men. So, in some ways you would rather be on the female side of that gender divide, but it just all depends on how large the gap is in which direction.
It all depends on the gap. There's also a lot of, if you look at married women, they actually end up voting Republican a little bit more than unmarried women. But again, marriage rates are declining, so it's not necessarily a bet that you want to be on. So overall, it is clearly part of a major sociological phenomenon. It is not one that I think the campaign should be getting into because it probably exacerbates and makes it worse, especially once people dig into all this. But it is one that we are likely going to have to live with. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps.
All right, so there's that. All right, so again, it's crazy. Like, if you ask me, Sangar is like an eternal. He's like an eternal intern. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of wild. It's like, come on, bro, hurry up and graduate. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so we're gonna talk about this actor who criticized Barack Obama's comments about male voters, and then apparently Barack Obama went and called him. Again, do you all notice the device? Like the divisive type of language used to just try to physically accost black people and get black people in line to vote or do whatever it is that these outside entities want to. It's just really wild and it's really bizarre. And I don't know what's more problematic. I don't know if it's more problematic that these entities and organizations feel that it's okay and appropriate to do this and that there's no standard of holding these people accountable for it, or the fact that all other groups of people except for Black Americans act like they don't see this kind of stuff happening. What do you guys think is the biggest problem with this stuff?
President for years now, and a mutual contact, said that he wanted to speak. I wanted to speak to him. I didn't offer it as a criticism. I didn't say, hey, what is the best messaging for Black men? I have focused the past 6 weeks of going around the country with a barbershop campaign, right? Going to barbershops to talk to Black men since I heard.
Now, again, let me. How many people are tired of this? The only place that these people ever go to find Black men is barbershops. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but that is really on my nerves. I am really annoyed with that. Literally, if you listen to the mainstream media will have you thinking that the only place that you could find a Black man at is a barbershop. That is annoying. And also, it's not true.
Every election cycle, they always say that Black men are siphoned off. And I've found the most effective way to communicate to the men in those gatherings was saying, what do you want? Vote for what you want. Declare what your values are, and then go out and make the choice on that. Don't consider my candidate or the other candidate. Vote for what you want. And I found it to be effective. What they would say is, what are you doing here? This is the first time someone came and asked that of me. And so I was saying simply, that's not the way to get to folks. What I've experienced in the past 6 weeks is the fact folks want to see, what have you delivered?
Did he acknowledge that it was not delivered the right way?
We actually didn't get into which was better or if it was criticism. It was saying that we were on the same page. We just wanted to clear it. We wanted to make sure that we were on the same page and that we wanted to reach out to folks. And I think it's just a matter of messaging one way or the other, and that the focus shouldn't be on the criticism or what is perceived as criticism or what is perceived as the right way or the wrong way to get to Black men. Is the first thing is to approach and engage Black men, accept the challenge, and get out the vote.
I mean, Coleman.
Shout out to Patrick. Right, I know, I do. I know it do be a lot of brothers in the barbershop, but that's to be expected, though, right? Like if you got a Black barber, it's gonna be brothers at the barbershop. But like that's not the only place that they could go to find Black dudes to talk to, though. You know what I'm saying? Like they could. Why don't they ever go to a Black business and talk to a Black business owner at their business? You know what I mean? Why? Like there's a bunch of Black CEOs. Why don't they ever go to a company where there's a Black CEO? They got like Black professional organizations, not that journalist organization, but they got other Black professional organizations. Why don't they go to like the Black physicians? You know what I'm saying? Organization thing. Shout out to Patrick said I'm joking. No, I feel it. But to me, like that's it when you go to a barbershop, like it doesn't encompass what these people do. It doesn't encompass their careers. It doesn't encompass how they're involved in politics. To me, it's just a show. It's just an association. I'm gonna go talk to a bunch of Black people that's in the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? So you never really know. You don't know about these people's careers. You don't know about their political leanings. You don't know why they would feel a certain kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of things dictate why people do politics the way that they do them. And honestly, to me, like when they do stuff like I'm about to just go to a barbershop, they just all that is a photo op. They just want to they just want to have a video of a whole bunch of black people so they can say we talk to black people. You know what I'm saying? And to me, like that's a tactic. That's one of the reasons why I'd be like, pay close attention. When they interview black people, do they ever be like, yo, we went somewhere else? Like we went here and talked to like 10 different black med students. We went here and talked to 10 different black engineers. We talked to 10 different black people in tech. Nah, we just went and talked to some black people at a barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Like next they about to be like, we went to the corner store and hollered at people to see who they was voting for. Next they about to be like, we went to the corner store to see what was up with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, stop it with this.
When we had you on last week when this happened, you were critical of it then.
Yeah.
And you probably believe, I assume, that there is some movement toward the right among
Absolutely.
black men.
I mean, we've been talking about that not only on this show, on other shows on this network for over a year. Pew has been studying this issue. There is a clear trend among black men towards the Republican Party and away from Democrats.
Well, this dude, Coleman Cruz, he's a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? This is a dude that makes videos dancing on trains in his underwear. So I don't really know, you know, where he lies in this discussion, right? Except for I do know that he probably does lie about this discussion. And I mean, I don't know really what this dude does, or you know, if this dude actually presents as a black man or calls himself a black man or what. I don't know what's up with Coleman Cruz. You know what I'm saying? Like he's I don't know how he fits into any of this. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. Is this the black and brown discussion, or is this a discussion about black men? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just weird how these other people would just pop up. You know what I'm saying?
It's not just about Trump or Biden or Kamala. It's about a party effect. And the question is, why is that? I think it's even bigger than black men. I think it's men in general. I think there's something about the Democratic Party that is
significant.
a lot.
It's
probably
significant.
20
We've had the same.
Look, maybe, hey, shout out to Denise. Maybe she ain't playing. Yeah, he the subway twirler. The subway twirler. He be doing the Tinkerbell in the subway in his tighty whities. You know what I'm saying? Denise said, I'm sick of Abby playing dumb. Sick of it.
So
sick
dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
How many of y'all sick of Abby playing dumb? If y'all sick of Abby playing dumb, give me a thumbs up. If y'all not, then give me a thumbs down.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Same conversation going all the way back.
No, actually, it's really a phenomenon of
and the fact is, in this election,
past 8 years.
Give me any candidate who wouldn't want 85% of any demographics vote.
Trump
that's what
got
that's what
more of the black vote.
So again, exactly. This is now, I want you guys to pay close attention. Who came with these talking points first with the percentages? These are my original talking points. Immediately when this nonsense came out, I laid it all out on a silver platter. And now look, now everybody is running all this nonsense back, and they're trying to come like with the statistical arguments. But these are supposed to be legitimate mainstream media news outlets. These are supposed to be legitimate, you know, platforms, right? These are the very people that say podcasters, YouTubers, social media content creators, they don't know what they're talking about. If podcasters, YouTubers, and social media content creators don't know what we're talking about, why is it that when former President Barack Obama came with his misinformation statement and hate speech critique against black men, we came through and cleaned that up on the quality control side, and now everybody is coming with this argument 2 to 3 weeks later? Of course, getting more views on their videos about it than I am on mine. And literally no one else was using this argument. As a matter of fact, many social media content creators who are on each side of the aisle were actually taking the opposing talking points and not bringing in any numbers or data.
We've had the same conversation going all the way back.
No, actually, it's really a phenomenon of
And the fact is, in this election,
past 8 years,
give me any candidate who wouldn't want 85% of any demographics vote.
Trump
Because that's what
got
more
of the black vote in 2020 than
No, he actually got 3 points. You're actually right. He got 3 more points. He got 3 more points.
You also think it's not
a
a
trend line.
significant.
A trend line is not 4. It's not 3 points.
Burying your head in the sand isn't going to fix
I
it.
know, and that's why we're going around messaging to people.
Right, but I think the problem
calling
Obama
black
had,
men sexist.
I think the problem Obama had, and I even reacted to it when he did it, and I've been on the other side of when Obama does that. It's the sort of lectury chiding Obama without treating them in a respectful manner. I didn't find that a respectful way to treat anybody, and immediately really pushing hard on
the issue with this is not how she feels about it. The issue with this is that society has laid a path that has reinforced people to believe that anybody can just talk. Man, my computer just crashed out of the blue. Yo, if smash the like button if y'all haven't hit that like button yet. Also, if y'all haven't shared, take a moment to share. Hold on real quick. Let me get this back up. This is this see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Deneen said they got me with a drone. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I just need to get a new computer for real. That's what it is. Hold on real quick.
And a mutual contact, said that he wanted to speak. I wanted to speak to him. I didn't offer it as a criticism. For me, it was nothing more than strategists in a room. What is the best messaging for black men? I have focused the past 6 weeks of going around the country with a barbershop campaign, right? Going to barbershops to talk to black men. Since I heard this every election cycle, they always say that black men are siphoned off. And I found the most effective way to communicate to the men in those gatherings was saying, what do you want? Vote for what you want. Declare what your values are, and then go out and make the choice on that. Don't consider my candidate or the other candidate. Vote for what you want. And I found it to be effective. What they would say is, what are you doing here? This is the first time someone came and asked that of me. And so I was saying simply, that's not the way to get to folks. What I've experienced in the past 6 weeks is the fact folks want to see, what have you delivered?
Did he acknowledge that it was not delivered the right way?
We actually didn't get into which was better or if it was criticism. It was saying that we were on the same page. We just wanted to clear it. We wanted to make sure that we were on the same page and that we wanted to reach out to folks. And I think it's just a matter of messaging one way or the other, and that the focus shouldn't be on the criticism or what is perceived as criticism or what is perceived as the right way or the wrong way to get to black men. The first thing is to approach and engage black men, accept the challenge, and get out the vote.
I mean, Coleman, you
now let me ask you guys this question: why do you think that non-black people, right, and even some black people Why do you think that there's such a communication issue? Or is there an actual communication issue? What's actually going on here? Because it seems pretty easy. It's not difficult to find a way to talk to people effectively, right? Like talking to people is not going to be one of your most difficult challenges that you face in your life, right? So the question then becomes, what's the problem with people who are not black men that have such a difficult and weird time approaching black men? It should be pretty easy. Should be pretty easy. But for whatever reason, it seems like it's not. It seems like people have a challenge with it. So where does this challenge come from? Is this challenge real? Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Torian. Torian says they can be dismissive. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird says why they have an actor speaking on political outreach strategies. Facts. Shout out to the Church of Black Power. There is no messaging issue. They just refuse to hear our message. Facts. Shout out to Torian. Torian says, and the media helps perpetuate these narratives and imagery of us. Facts. And these are the things that we got to push back against. Yeah, shout out to Deneen. They just don't want to hear real issues. You know what I'm saying? Facts. If you guys agree with all of that, throw some flames in the chat. I agree 100%.
Where we had you on last week when this happened, you were critical of it then.
Yeah.
And you probably believe, I guess, I assume, that there is some movement toward the right among
Absolutely.
black men.
I mean, we've been talking about that not only on this show, on other shows on this network for over a year. Pew has been studying this issue. There is a clear trend among black men towards the Republican Party and away from Democrats. It's not just about Trump or Biden or Kamala. It's about a party effect. And the question is, why is that? I think it's even bigger than black men. I think it's men in general. I think there's
so understand that the conversation wasn't about whether it's bigger than that. The conversation was about black men. So I want you guys to notice. Do you guys notice black anything is always used as the springboard of a conversation, and then we're going to dilute it into something else? Here on CNN, they're doing the same thing with this particular issue that they did with the balloon pop game.
something about the Democratic Party
I think it's
that is
significant.
That it well a lot.
It's
probably
insignificant.
20 different
We've
polls
had
will
the
say
same
differently.
conversation going all the way back.
No, actually,
into-
Yeah, I gotta agree. How many people agree with Torian? Torian says they think BM are dumb and nothing more than a walking phallus. I agree 100%. That is exactly how many non-black men, you know what I mean? Like people, human beings who are not black men, that is how they feel about black men. You know what I'm saying? And it's obvious in the communication.
It's
into
really a
the 80s.
phenomenon of
And the fact is, in this election,
past 8 years.
give me any candidate who wouldn't want 85% of any demographics vote.
Trump
'Cause that's what
actually
the-
got
that's what they
more
did.
of the black vote in 2020 than
No, he actually
also-
got 3 points.
Within-
You're actually right. He got
Sorry,
3 more points. He got 3 more points.
You also think it's
Yes,
not
a
as
trend line.
significant.
A trend line. A trend line is not 4. Is not 3 points.
burying your head in the sand isn't going to fix
I
it.
know, and that's why we're going around messaging to people.
Right, but I think the
Obviously,
problem Obama
calling
had,
black men sexist
I think
is not gonna
the problem Obama had, and I even reacted to it when he did it, and I've been on the other side of when Obama does that. It's the sort of lectury chiding Obama and immediately really pushing hard on identity politics over what do you want as a person, as a not just a man, as a person in American society. And I think there's a part of Obama that is the hope person, and then there's that. And I don't think that's an effective way. I think you're 100%
Well,
right.
I think what he was saying is something that we've all been saying, and that's something that, I mean, as offensive as Donald Trump is to black men, it's very hard for a black man to understand why would someone vote for.
Right.
Right. It's racist actions, it's racist words, it's racist policies. Right. And so that was the thing that's in the front. And so what I said was reactionary. I said, yeah, the president shouldn't speak to them that way, because I have found that something is more effective.
Right.
It was seen as criticism, you know, and that's valid. I don't think that's as much an issue as the point of making sure that we continue to talk to them and get them out to the polls. And the trend that you're talking about is not that, it will not be that significant. Will not be, it's on the margins, and those 2 or 3 points may add up to something, and that's why we're engaging black men. That's why the vice president has put out a platform to answer some of those challenges.
Just a key question.
So what's interesting about this, right, is that, you know, this actor here who, you know, he criticized Barack Obama, he's still on the same side for the most part as Barack Obama. Yeah, and I got to agree with Torian. Shout out to Torian. Torian says to acknowledge what it truly is would admit WS is real. Many of them live in La La Land. Yeah, facts. And that's one of the reasons why when it comes to my content, I do my content so detailed to the point to where you can't, nothing can be denied. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that you just have to hit with repeated sledgehammers like that until either something breaks or until people get it.
Actually, because I wanted to ask you the policies in that. I mean, effectively, she said, I'm going to give you marijuana, I'm going to give you crypto, and I'm going to give you unconstitutional government bribes. If a white Republican politician
now here we go with the white plight. Here we go with the white plight. And again, the thing is that all these white people, listen. Stop saying if a white person did this, because literally everything that you say if a white person did, they did it up until 1960. Stop saying if a white person did it, because if you say it to me, I'm going to show you an example of a white person who did say it and got a law passed on it. How many people are tired of hearing this nonsense? If a white politician did it, are you serious? Literally, there's white politicians who platformed on we won't end slavery. We can get the names. What are you talking about? Those politicians exist, and there's plenty of them. Since white people have put the parameter of 100 years or more on what's legit to be talked about versus what's not, we can find some inside of 100 years that have done it. I'm not trying to be funny, but this is this is the thing. And if I'm not mistaken, I forgot. I think I had Black Alpha Network's live stream on while I was getting some stuff done. Is this this guy right here? Is this the one that put his finger in Michael Eric Dyson's face? Let me tell you something. If I was on that show and he had to put his finger on my face, Ron DeSantis would have got that Christian GoFundMe thing to be raising some money for somebody else too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where they getting these people at, but I'm gonna tell people something, man. Y'all really need to stop putting these people like these soft actors on TV and letting people run up on them and talk to them any kind of crazy. Because what y'all are doing is you're setting somebody up to run up on somebody like me or somebody else that's not on that like that and end up becoming, you know, the art on a spray paint on a airbrush shirt. They really need to get that together. You know what I'm saying?
had done that, we would be in 24/7.
We gotta go, but
real disservice to an actual substantive policy platform.
To me, it was completely
Scott. Okay, young people, regardless of their race, they want to hear about crypto. They want to hear about marijuana.
Black men. It was stated.
It was stated because black men asked, "What are you going to do for me?" Hold on, Scott.
The idea that those are just for black men is, I think, not true.
It's not loans for black men. It's loans for anyone. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. She was telling you this will be effective for you too.
For you also.
That I had already put out a week ago. Actually, a month ago. That these entrepreneurs.
So again, and I want you, and again, even though this is nonsense, it's good that they busted this white guy out with his misinformation and fake white outrage. Because this white guy literally just sat here and lied, which is why they call it a little white lie. These are policies that are made for quote unquote everyone. They just have a black label on it. The same, same as rap music, right? And you know what I'm saying? They had to get him in his place. You know what I'm saying? They had to get Chowder Chad in his place. It's ridiculous. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to actually talk about these quote unquote crypto policies, because what the actual issue with the crypto policies is that there's actually no crypto policy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with you, bro? PD said he knew he would get away with that on Michael Eric Dyson. Yeah, facts. Facts. I don't care about none of these. You know, they got that dude that be on Fox News with the patch over his eye, and all these dudes be thinking they ex-Navy SEALs, bro. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about none of that. Keep your finger out my face. You know what I'm saying? And you better not like raise up on me or get close to me like if we talking and having a contentious conversation either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where these people be getting this invasion of space stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nah. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 3 feet practitioner. You know what I'm saying? So let's actually look at that, right? Because we got some other stuff that we got to dive into. And I think I'm gonna have to break this stream up into a couple different streams. Let me see. Hold on real quick. I do want to talk about this crypto stuff, though. Real quick, shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. So what we got here is an article from bankrate.com. All right. And this article says election 2024, where Trump and Harris stand on crypto. Now, mind you, this is from September 24th of 2024. All right. And not much has happened since then. Now, here they keep trying to downplay the effects of crypto. They keep saying that, you know, the cryptocurrency community is not really a big community. But like I said from the beginning of the election season, the cryptocurrency community is going to be very influential in this year's election. They just are not really talking about it. They're just not saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Almost half of corporate money contributed to this year's federal election campaigns. Yes, nearly half has come from crypto backers, according to a recent report from the consumer advocacy group Public Citizen. Now, here's my question. With this much money coming from cryptocurrency, from the cryptocurrency community, why is that being ignored? Why is that being ignored? Why is that being downplayed? People don't really care too much about it. But what do these crypto supporters want exactly? And where do presidential candidates like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris stand on cryptocurrency and its still murky regulatory future? In this article, we break down both candidates' stances, along with a look at how much money major crypto corporations have poured into the political contributions this year and what they're hoping to achieve with that influence. All right, so let's look at this. Crypto's deep pockets in the 2024 election. Cryptocurrency, once hailed as a fad, and also people still continue to spread misinformation and call it a scam, and the preferred form of payment for the shadowy characters, has increasingly become mainstream, and its deep-pocketed loyalists are spending big to influence the 2024 elections. So now here's my question. Why is it that across the media world, why is this being downplayed and ignored? You literally have people denying reality when it comes to cryptocurrency. So now my question is, now it's time to test the reality denial. Why are people denying reality? Crypto corporations and wealthy investors have poured over $119 million directly into influencing federal elections, according to an August 2021 report from Public Citizen, a nonprofit progressive consumer rights advocacy group based in Washington, D.C. That money is mostly being funneled into a nonpartisan super PAC called Fair Shake, which has amassed over $202 million during the 2023-2024 election cycle, with the aim of electing pro-crypto candidates and defeating crypto skeptics. All right. So again, there's a lot of political interest in getting things ready for cryptocurrency. And shout out to Tarek. We on the 1-to-1. Tarek said we got 51 likes and we got 44 people watching. Throw some 100s in the chat. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. So now here it says crypto companies, primarily Coinbase and Ripple, are now the dominant corporate political spenders in 2024, according to the report, accounting for nearly half, which would be 48% of all corporate money contributed during this year's elections. In fact, since 2010, crypto corporations have been the second biggest election-related spenders, trailing only fossil fuel corporations. So now here's my question. Who's been covering that? Who's been covering that? And why is that being ignored? Cryptocurrency executives and advocates argue that tens of millions of people care about the digital currency. Yet a survey by the Federal Reserve finds that only about 7% of Americans held or used crypto in 2023. Now, mind you, this is from 2023. I just recently put out a video that showed the numbers that say more people in the United States hold crypto than have dogs. All right. So now here it says where the 2024 presidential candidates stand on cryptocurrency. With crypto lobbyists emerging as a major force in the 2024 election, both Trump and Harris face increasing pressure to define their positions on the issue. So now I want to ask you guys this question. What is Kamala Harris's position on cryptocurrency? What's her position on it? Here's an even better question. How many people in the comment section in some way, shape, or form are involved with cryptocurrency? If you are, give me a thumbs up. If you're not, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. If you are, right, then cryptocurrency is a issue of interest. So we would be interested to see what both candidates are saying about cryptocurrency. What has Kamala Harris said about cryptocurrency? Vice President Kamala Harris has yet to take an official position on cryptocurrency during her brief campaign as the Democratic nominee, reflecting the broader uncertainty within her party. So exactly what is she promising black men with this crypto stuff? Shout out to Cool Keezy. What's good with you, bro? How can if she doesn't have a position on this, then how can she put this into her promise for black men? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I've never once heard her ever mention crypto. Bro, facts. So what I want to know is when it comes to the cryptocurrency stuff, what is she promising black men? How, if she doesn't have a position on this on her platform, why is this on her platform? Somebody make it make sense. Do it make sense? We have to break this down. Now, here's the thing, right? Why is it that the news hasn't asked anything about this? Right. Shout out to if you guys agree with DeAndre, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. DeAndre said her position on it is whatever her handlers say it is. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said she called Michael Saylor and we heard nothing after that. Right. Michael Saylor told when she called Michael Saylor picked up the phone and said, there's a word that we use to describe people that use fiat. We call them broke. We call them broke. And then the techno music started. People that vote for Harris, we call them broke. We call them broke. And then the club music started playing. People that vote for Harris, we call them broke. But here's the question though. We got to break down some factual information. Did Kamala Harris present crypto policy as part of her policy for black men? Did she do this? If she did this, give me a thumbs up. If she did not do this, then give me a thumbs down. Now, that being said, if she did that, what is it that is her policy on crypto that she's given for black men if she doesn't have a policy for crypto? How does that work? How do you do that? Democrats have some catching up to do with the crypto crowd, especially since the Biden administration has been seen by crypto backers as unfriendly to the industry. Okay? The Security and Exchange Commission's crackdown on the industry began about 2 years ago following the collapse of FTX, the world's third largest crypto exchange at the time. The SEC responded by hitting crypto firms with a wave of lawsuits, accusing them of bypassing fundamental investor protections. Two of the highest profile cases take aim at the world's largest crypto exchange, Binance, and the biggest US-based exchange, Coinbase. And all this is just an extortion racket from the government. This is the reason why the big exchanges are getting attacked. The United States government just wants control over them. They've all been following all the rules. They've all been filing the stuff that they're supposed to. I know Binance has been struggling with this for a long time. There was a time when Binance wasn't even allowed in the United States because they kept messing with them. They've been doing the same thing with XRP. The litigation follows several failed efforts by the FEC or by the SEC to restrict crypto's wider adoption. You see this? This is what I'm saying. They're doing this for control. So what I want you guys to understand is that when they talk about the lawfare argument, it's arguable that we could say that cryptocurrency has been under attack from Democrat lawfare long before Trump has. The cryptocurrency industry and Bitcoin especially have been under attack by Democrat lawfare way longer than Trump. The litigation follows several failed efforts by the SEC to restrict crypto's wider adoption, including blocking the approval of Bitcoin ETFs, which a federal judge overruled in 2023, paving the way for new funds to begin trading in January of 2024. And we've seen the effects of the Bitcoin ETFs. But with big money and potential voters in swing states up for grabs, Democratic Party leaders are working to improve relations with the crypto industry, even if their nominee has yet to take an official stance. So again, Kamala Harris has not taken an official stance on cryptocurrency, yet she's offering it in the package for black men. What are you offering? In July, 14 House Democrats penned a letter to the Democratic National Committee's head, urging the party to embrace pro-crypto policies in its platform, according to Politico. In mid-August, party officials jumped on a video call with the crypto industry to reset their relationship with the sector. The group of cryptocurrency advocates, dubbed Crypto for Harris, hosted a roughly 90-minute virtual town hall that featured a who's who of Democrat lawmakers aimed at deepening the link with the cryptocurrency industry. Now, here's my question for you guys. What has come out of this? All right, for sure, bro. Take it easy. Good to have you in here. The Crypto for Harris group is also planning nationwide grassroots fundraisers in September to rally support for Harris, according to Reuters. Harris noted her plans to, quote unquote, encourage innovative technologies like AI and digital assets during a New York City fundraiser on September 22, marking her first official comments on cryptocurrency as a presidential candidate. Now, what has she said about cryptocurrency since then, except for throwing it into a package of alleged stuff that you're going to do for black men? So again, she's just offering nothing burgers. Harris's statements made at the high-profile event in Manhattan suggest she may take an open stance towards the crypto industry compared to the current administration. Still, Harris hasn't laid out specific policy plans, leaving some in the crypto space hoping for additional details. She hasn't laid out any more policy plans and then turns around and says, I'll give you like this black men stuff for crypto. I mean, what is it then? Appreciate you, DSB. What is it then? You know what I'm saying? The event, held at Caprini Wall Street, raised a staggering $27 million, making it the biggest single-day fundraising total of Harris's campaign. So the cryptocurrency community raised Kamala Harris's biggest fundraising. Shout out to NY State of Mind. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media. All right? So now here's Trump's policies on crypto. Former President Trump, who once voiced skepticism about cryptocurrency, has repositioned himself as the pro-crypto presidential candidate. So now, look, let me ask you guys this. If Kamala Harris hasn't put out anything about cryptocurrency and Trump has taken the position of pro-crypto, when it comes to the cryptocurrency sector of voters, who do you all think that everybody's going to vote for? Give me some names in the chat of who y'all think they're going to vote for. In the summer of 2019, Trump criticized cryptocurrency on social media, claiming it could be used to facilitate illegal activities like drug trafficking. Now they see this border crisis and not really much cryptocurrency involved there. Now they're not saying that too much now, are they? You know, it's a shame you got to hit people with them type of extremes to get them to stop talking. And during his presidency, the Trump administration's regulatory actions included the SEC controversial lawsuit against Ripple. But Trump changed his tune in 2024, aiming to win over a block of single-issue voters and perhaps more crucially, big-ticket donors in the cryptocurrency world. Now, you see how this thing formed? I told you guys that this thing was happening. The cryptocurrency community has become a powerful voting bloc. The cryptocurrency group has become a group of people that people will say, I'll do this for you. Okay. In July, at a major cryptocurrency conference in Nashville, Tennessee, Trump declared that he wants the U.S. to become the crypto capital of the planet and Bitcoin the superpower and the Bitcoin superpower of the world. Now, with Trump saying stuff like that, who are the cryptocurrency people likely to vote for? Trump's campaign now accepts Bitcoin donations, and it recently launched digital NFT trading cards depicting the former president dancing, wearing a superhero suit, and holding Bitcoin, available for $99 on the Trump campaign website. His vice presidential running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, is also a longtime crypto advocate. The Republican National Committee even mentions cryptocurrency in its official party platform, noting that Trump will defend the right to mine Bitcoin and ensure every American has the right to self-custody of their digital assets and transact free from government surveillance and control. I mean, that's for somebody that's in cryptocurrency, anybody who's been down with the cryptocurrency community for a long time, that's actually huge. That is huge. Okay. At the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, Trump detailed a set of crypto-friendly policies. He also claimed that Bitcoin's price would soar under his administration. And again, we've talked about that, and I think that there's some indicators that could be true. So here's some of Trump's crypto policy, right? When it and again, do you see how it says some of Trump's crypto policy? When it came to Kamala Harris, there wasn't even a crypto policy. She doesn't even have one. But somehow that's supposed to be our fault. We're not supposed to say anything about it. We're supposed to keep quiet. I don't understand. We're supposed to what? Cover for her? What is our job description? What are we supposed to do here? These are some of Trump's crypto policies, because Trump actually has policies. Shout out to TD. TD said, vote red till you're dead. You know what I'm saying? Trump actually has policies. Some of Trump's crypto policies include, and again, because TD is in here, right? And TD's done content on here. Kamala Harris doesn't have any crypto policy. What is it that she offered black men in regards to crypto in her policy package? Then you got people on YouTube like you got people on YouTube crashing out. Kamala Harris made a policy package for black men, you idiot. Okay, in that policy package for black men, she offers some type of cryptocurrency legislation, right? What is the cryptocurrency legislation? Because she doesn't have any cryptocurrency legislation. Now here goes Trump. Okay. So here are some of Trump's cryptocurrency policy proposals. And on the GOP's site, they actually list cryptocurrency as part of their policies. Create a government stockpile of Bitcoin. During the conference, Trump noted that his administration would keep 100% of all the Bitcoins the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future, adding that the digital currency would act as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. So he's trying to take something out of the page from what the government of El Salvador and places like Venezuela are doing. You know what I'm saying? And another thing that would be interesting is, they could come up with a new type of government asset like this, right? Like, how they got treasury bonds? What they could do is they could create some type of government-backed staking token that, like, if you hold your Bitcoin on behalf of the United States government, you get some type of token that represents, the mining or the being allowed to hold the Bitcoin by the government, increasing our national worth, right? They could create a derivative financial instrument like that would be like a updated T-bill, because let's just keep it a buck. The T-bill, the T-bonds, you know what I'm saying? Like those are outdated investment vehicles. You know what I'm saying? So Trump wants to create a national stockpile of Bitcoin, which is interesting. It's similar to having a gold standard. We have some different assets to back the United States dollar. You know what I'm saying? Making our dollar more strong. You know what I'm saying? Create a government stockpile of Bitcoin. During the conference, Trump noted that his administration would keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future, adding that the digital currency would act as the core of the national strategic Bitcoin stockpile. It is estimated that the U.S. government held more than $5 billion worth of Bitcoin as of October of 2023. Largely seized from criminal investigations. However, it is unclear what the stockpile would be used for, whether it's realistic or even welcomed by the broader crypto industry. Create a crypto advisory council. In Nashville, Trump proposed launching a group called the Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council, which would have rules written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry. Block the Federal Reserve from creating its own digital currency. Now, to all the Mark of the Beast people, you know what I'm saying? If you're a Mark of the Beast person, this would be something that I would think that you'd be interested in. We got any Mark of the Beast people in the chat? If you're a Mark of the Beast person in the chat, let me know. This is for you. This is for you, Mark of the Beast people. Central bank digital currencies, known as CBDCs, are a growing trend around the rest of the world, but the idea has received significant pushback from the U.S. cryptoverse. Now, why would that be? Why would that be? Let's start there. This is interesting. Why aren't there more conversations talking about this? I think that when it comes to, many places, especially many places on YouTube, I think that there's many people that don't know the difference between a cryptocurrency and a central bank digital currency. They're two different things. But you have people who consider themselves the quote unquote experts who talk about them like they're synonymous. Something else that's something else that's not synonymous is people that think that digital central bank digital currencies and cryptocurrencies are synonymous. Those people are not experts. Them being experts, that's not synonymous either. No, shout out to Mina. I'm being serious. Who the Mark of the Beast people? Because it's the CBDC, that would actually be the quote unquote thing that people would think would be the quote unquote Mark of the Beast. Now, me personally, I don't believe that any technology. I don't believe in. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that whole thing, Mark of the Beast, at all. But if there was something that fit the profile of what people think that quote unquote Mark of the Beast thing would be, it would indeed be the central bank digital currency. While the Mark of the Beast people incorrectly classify cryptocurrency as the quote unquote Mark of the Beast. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is where we're dealing with these people that, they use these religious and mythical tropes, and they don't even know the religions and myths that they're talking about. It's a pervasive frustrating problem that you have to deal with. Or you don't have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? One of the two, right? So how many people think that it would be a good idea for the Fed to come up with their own central bank digital currency? What do y'all think? Would that be good? Let me know what y'all think. I'd be curious about how invested people are in these ideas. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, not me either. I don't think it's a good idea. But not because of no market of, not because of no market of beast, you know what I'm saying? Because of actual provable evidence, you know what I'm saying? Block the Federal Reserve from creating its own digital currency. Central bank digital currencies, known as CBDCs, are a growing trend around the rest of the world. But the idea has received significant pushback from the U.S. cryptoverse. Now, let's talk about that Pop the Balloon commercial, right? Here's my theory on why that Pop the Balloon commercial was used. My theory about why the Pop the Balloon commercial was used, because there's more people talking about Pop the Balloon episodes than there are talking about cryptocurrencies and central bank digital currencies. That's why I think that was put out there. You know what I'm saying? Now, is that far from reality or no? Let me know. The Fed hasn't decided whether to make a fully digital version of the US dollar, though it did release a long-awaited report in January of 2022 detailing the potential costs and benefits. Trump has spoken out against the idea multiple times in 2024, including at a January campaign rally in New Hampshire, where he called it a dangerous threat to freedom. In May, the House passed a bill that would bar the Federal Reserve from creating a central bank digital currency, though the legislation has a long way to go before becoming law. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is a central bank digital currency more or less likely under a Democrat presidency? Yeah, shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said we already have a market of beasts. It's called a Social Security number. Facts. The same way that we already are a permanent underclass, and people are saying we're going to become one. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like this. I don't know. It's like people stuck. Like it's like people's reality orientation is stuck like 150 years in the past. I don't know why that is or how that happened. It's like 50 First Dates. Did anybody ever see that movie, 50 First Dates? Trump promoted his latest business venture, World Liberty Financial, on a live stream on X on September 16th. Although he didn't speak about the project himself, his sons and partners discussed it during the stream. Trump has been promoting the crypto-related venture since August, but its exact purpose remains unclear. No official launch date has been set. The project has been described as a decentralized finance money market or platform where people can borrow and lend and earn interest on crypto. And this is called liquidity farming. All right. How many people are familiar with Web3 and DeFi? Yeah, the RFID chip. Facts. Shout out to Foreign Pretty Boy. Who's familiar with DeFi? Now, here's my thing, right? I listen, man. Actually, I don't, right? I kind of don't hate to be the bearer of bad news because, sometimes people lash out at the messenger, and I see messengers get lashed out at the time, and I'll be like, man, I wish somebody would do that. I wish somebody would lash out at me like that. I'll be like, yeah, I said that shit, man. Right? So, like, I kind of like to deliver bad news sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Not to deliver bad news because of the implications of it, just because of like the interaction between people, how they flip out for no reason. You know what I'm saying? When something is inevitable, I mean, what you really gonna do about it, right? Like, why flip out why flip out on the messenger, right? But I mean, if you want to do that, then like, let's do that, right? So my thing is this: when it comes to DeFi and Web3, believe it or not, there's already like people have been passed up on DeFi and Web3. Like it is what it is. Like they're already beyond DeFi and Web3. The Internet of Things and all of this stuff is already coming. And like there's an entire population of people that just they're not even aware of these things. Shout out to Mr. Power too. What's good with it, bro? DSB, what's good with you, bro? They're not even aware of these things. They don't talk, like, where do they talk about DeFi and Web3, the Internet of Things? Where do they talk about that on YouTube? It's not too many people that talk about that stuff. People say that it's corny. They you know what I'm saying, mess up your click-through ratio, hit the video, and then bounce, right? But then when they get passed by, then they like, oh, nobody was talking about this. We didn't know nothing about it. We thought it was the mark of the beast. There you go. That's what happened. You thought. That was the problem. You didn't go and do the research and find out. You thought. You know what I'm saying? Now, here go the thing about the decentralized finance. Man, you can make so much money on decentralized finance. We talked about this in my Discord the other day. The liquidity farming on there. There's an active effort against working smart. If you look at the evidence shows that people do the opposite of what they say. People say that they want to work less and make more, but their actions show them working more and making less and doing less to understand how to work less and make more. But we're supposed to appease to the complaining of the opposite. I'm sorry, I'm not built in a way where I can't substantiate that. I can't do that. We have to talk about things in terms of material reality and what's actually going on based on evidence in discussions when I'm doing them. I can't do the gaslighting thing. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. So now here it says an earlier white paper for the venture stated that it would feature a new cryptocurrency called WLFi that would be sold to the public, according to the New York Times. So what's the bottom line? With millions of dollars at stake, cryptocurrency is a major factor in the 2024 election. Now, shout out to the title of the live stream, right? The title of the live stream is the 2024 election has exposed this about American politics. I think we can say that it's exposed this. When it comes to American people and American politics, the fact that no one paid attention to the cryptocurrency sector of the world literally shows the type of reality denial that we're dealing with and that we're involved with. Yeah, I feel you, Mina Jean. I feel you. Me personally, I think that people who have like interests should deal with people that have like interests and really kind of just just not really pay attention to people that don't have like interests. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I heard about that. I actually seen it. We was talking about it in the Discord when Jason Whitlock had pulled up in Torian's chat. I was dying laughing. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, while Trump has embraced the crypto crowd with big promises, Harris and the Democrats are playing catch up. So let me guess. What does this mean? I mean, so what? This is attacking Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is attacking her own campaign by not having this. Now, mind you, Harris and the Democrats are playing catch up, right? They're trying to catch up without no French fries, right? And the blank slate of this is what Kamala Harris offered black men. I don't have no crypto policy, so here go my policy that I don't have to offer you. Like, what kind of sense do that make? This is why I keep asking this question. What kind of sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense. And there's not a requirement on making sense, which is a huge problem. Trump's recent embrace of cryptocurrency stands in contrast to Harris's weariness. Now, this is a more recent article. This is from October 22nd of 2024, because you'll have somebody crash out. That's an old article. Things have changed since then. Okay, well, here's the article for today. Trump's recent embrace of cryptocurrency stands in contrast to Harris's weariness. What does this mean? What does this mean? With election day just over the horizon, where do Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump stand on cryptocurrency policy? Based on available information, a Harris-Walz administration would be unlikely to stray from the Biden-Harris administration. So now what does that mean? And again, what does that tell you about the Harris-Walz administration? We're moving forward from where? So this is another instance where the Harris-Walz campaign is not moving forward from anything. It's the same old tired rhetoric. Well, if we deal with the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz campaign, we'll be dealing with the same old tired cryptocurrency constraints. Why don't they have any policy? Why don't they have any different policies? However, Trump has carved out a radically different stance from his previous presidency. For her part, Harris has left most questions unanswered on the campaign trail. It was only at the end of September when she said, "We will encourage innovative technologies like AI and digital assets while protecting consumers and investors," referring to cryptocurrency as digital assets, a common term in government circles. Her statement offered little insight into how a plan would work. But now, mind you, she offered this plan that nobody knows about as her plan to black men. So this is the inconsistent follow-through that I be talking about. One proposal appeared in mid-October when her campaign announced, look here, now here it is. One proposal appeared in mid-October when her campaign announced support for a regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies and other digital assets so black men who invest in and own these assets are protected. Yet for many people, that seemed to have prompted only more questions. Yeah, because what does that mean? What does that mean? However, given that Harris later said, look at this, given that Harris later said she would not change a thing about the last 4 years and that she was part of most of President Joe Biden's decisions, turning to the Biden-Harris administration record may offer some insights. Over the past 4 years, look at this, over the past 4 years, the administration has repeatedly proposed a 30% tax on cryptocurrency miners, 30% tax, called for a central bank digital currency to crowd out the ecosystem of crypto, and increasingly pressured banks to deter any involvement with cryptocurrency. This only scratches the surface, but it's likely these policies will again appear under Harris. So how does this protect black men's cryptocurrency? You better support a sister. You better support a sister because black men, she looking out for you by taxing your cryptocurrency assets at 30%. You know what I'm saying? You better thank a union member. You better thank a union member. Now, here go the question, right? Why are more people not talking about this? She gonna be coming around. She gonna be swinging her purse, and then she gonna stop it for you to put your little satoshis in there after you don't mine Bitcoin after the halving, and you're not really getting the big mining bonus no more. You better drop them satoshis in the purse, right? You better thank a crypto miner. Shout out to PD that remains. PD that remains said, Rob, you need that as a drop, yo, for sure. Facts. So now look, in contrast, Trump has spoken out both in opposition and in favor of cryptocurrency. I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, he said while in office. On the campaign trail this year, however, Trump paid for food in Bitcoin, and at the Bitcoin-themed drive bar known as Pub Key, and his family or dive bar, I'm sorry, known as PubKey, and his family launched its own cryptocurrency platform. But what about tangible policies? All right. Based on Trump's recent statements, listen, and the 2024 Republican Party platform, the current crackdown is likely to end. Now, if the current crackdown is likely to end, then what's going to happen to the price of crypto? Shout out to TD. TD said Kamala released the Latino men agenda. That was a copy and paste of her fake black men agenda. Bro, I want to know, what is she going to do for, what is the crypto part that she's allegedly going to do? Because her crypto pot is, what is it, 14 days before the election, and her crypto stuff is still incomplete. I appreciate you, DSB. I be trying, bro. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the monoliths don't care nothing about crypto. Carlton said the monolith said, child, I ain't got time to think about no damn cryptocurrency. I got these bills to pay. Oh man, the four prettiest boy said, what about the Indian agenda? I think the only Indian agenda is JD Vance's wife. I think all other roads have failed. You know what I'm saying? Mrs. Vance, that's the only viable Indian agenda that's still going. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, in addition to ending everything described above, changes could also include the creation of safeguards for the cryptocurrency mining and self-custody options, as well as a broader measure to strengthen financial privacy and prevent the creation of a central bank digital currency. All right. So again, Trump is the only presidential candidate that has come out in opposition of a central bank digital currency, which is something huge, which is something that's not even really talked about very often, unfortunately. Right. So, then there was the 2024 Bitcoin conference, which we talked about that, in the stream a couple, months ago. Trump even went so far as to say he would create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. All right. So where do the two candidates stand? At the moment, it seems that Trump is now ready to welcome crypto with open arms. Harris, on the other hand, is more likely to continue the crackdown that's taken place over the last few years. What happens in practice, however, is still yet to be seen. Now, people that are in cryptocurrency, you know what I'm saying? They just want room to breathe. So if Trump sounded like he going, kind of let loose on some of those, on some of that regulation, if Trump's sitting up there talking about he gonna let loose on some of that regulation, it don't even matter. It don't even matter what the crypto people gonna automatically vote for them crypto people gonna automatically vote for Trump. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that that's an easy voting block, right? That Trump, that Kamala Harris could have got, and they just dropped the ball on it. All you got to do is tell crypto people we're gonna leave you alone. They got you. You got their vote for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Because they tired of it, man. Crypto people tired of it. We tired. You know what I'm saying? We tired of we got to switch exchanges all the doggone time because they constantly getting sued. We tired of them trying to figure out a tax model, trying to tax somebody 30 to 50%. We tired. Leave us alone. Let us keep our crypto in our wallets in peace. Let us stake. You know what I'm saying? Let us cold store. You know what I'm saying? Let us mine. Let us do what we do in peace. Leave us alone. You know what I'm saying? That's all crypto people want, is be left alone. And it's on all ends. The billionaire crypto people down to the people that's trying to make it day to day with crypto. We all want to be left alone. Leave us alone. If I just got $200 in Bitcoin on my Cash App, I'm not trying to pay, you know what I'm saying, no doggone $60 out of that. You know what I'm saying? For no reason. We just want to be left alone. Most crypto people, right? Now, here go the thing. It's a lot of black people that stand on the couch, right? It's a lot of crypto investors. So even if the black crypto investors stay on the couch, you got this big drove of crypto people that's about to be like, shit, I've been in crypto since I want to make sure that coin because look, I don't want nothing to happen to Coinbase, don't want nothing to happen to Binance, don't want nothing to happen to crypto.com. You know what I'm saying? We ain't nobody trying to see the exchange that they be working with you know what I'm saying, get torn down by the United States government, like what happened with FTX, because they experimenting around and they scared that the dollar gonna fall. Ain't nobody got time for that. You about to see a whole bunch of people flip out if they lose all their Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Trump will be like, hey, we'll just leave you alone. All them people finna go vote for Trump. They all finna go vote for Trump. Kamala Harris is trying to sell cryptocurrency regulation as some way she gonna protect black men. I'm gonna tax y'all at 30%. That's how I'm gonna protect you. That don't even sound right. That's that pop the balloon logic.
I think there's something that we all stupid. Why is she struggling with black men? I feel like her message is disingenuous. She's trying to pander to black people. Just tell us she has a lot of issues underneath her administration. Just be honest about it. Black men aren't a monolith. We vote based on policy.
Lies. We are a monolith. We are monolith. You better represent that monolith. You better thank a monolith. Yo, the Democrats better thank a monolith. Don't y'all think that the Democrats better thank a monolith? They haven't told the monolith thank you one time in 6 decades. You better thank a monolith. How many of y'all agree they better thank a monolith? You know what I'm saying? If y'all agree they better thank the monolith, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Put them monolith emojis in the chat. I don't know what you talking about, bro. This dude said black men are not a monolith. Shit. You better listen to the president.
You ain't black.
You better listen to your current president.
You ain't black.
Oh man! Shout out to TD. TD said, "We all know what we got to do this November. I'm applying red pressure on everyone." MAGA. We're gonna start calling TD Red Cafe. Y'all remember that rapper from Brooklyn, Red Cafe? Pretty gang. That girl from the pretty gang. I'm a street nigga from the hood, but I only mess with girls from the pretty gang. TD Red Cafe. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. We are monolith. Facts. DeAndre said Kamala is single-handedly trying to break down the monolith. If she lose, she will never be able to show her face in politics again. Her face gonna look like this. Oh man, shout out to Cool Keezy. Cool Keezy said you got me at work laughing. I'm glad you enjoying the stream, bro. Yeah, TD said he forgot about Red Cafe, that the featuring Fabulous, the pretty gang. What'd he say? What'd he say? Oh man, he had this one line that was dope. Hood nigga sip XO. That girl from the pretty gang. You know what I'm saying? I'm a street nigga from the hood, but only fuck with girls from the pretty gang. Yeah, this is what Kamala Harris about to look like. She about to have that stone face. She about to look like Destro when she show up. You know what I'm saying? Cobra Commander, we have failed. We are monolith. We failed to secure the 2024 election, Cobra Commander. That's what she finna come right back to the White House, and Barack Obama and all them, the corporate Democrat staff gonna be like, what happened? Corporate Commander, I have failed. We have failed to secure the 2024 election. And then Corporate Commander, look, Barack Obama finna get up like this.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
That's what Barack Obama saying now. Y'all got me on the campaign trail. I gotta shame these black men. Why can't y'all just win this election on your own? Y'all incompetent as hell.
I've got morons on my team.
Oh man, Kamala Harris she be begging, you know what I'm saying, in her little girl voice, you know what I'm saying, and Barack Obama sitting there in his Darth Sidious robe, in his Darth Simpious robe, like he's sitting on the thumbnail of that thumbnail, you know what I'm saying? He be sitting up there on his breathing machine, like, and then Kamala Harris walk into the room and he be like, "What do you want?" And she be like, they're not feeling me. They're not feeling me in Michigan. So, Kamala, do you want me to go and do your campaign for you? And then she be like, yeah, can you? Then he get up and be like,
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Oh man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy work right there, man.
She's underneath her administration. Just be honest about it. Black men aren't a monolith. We vote based on policies too. We don't based on identity. And when she starts to realize that and not trying to play her identity up so much, she might do better.
Well, because a lot of her policies don't make sense. It just don't add up. As far as immigration, a lot of the things that her and Biden have done just don't make sense.
I feel like she coming back on some, here I am now. Where was you 4 years ago, 3 years ago? You wasn't around. We just not seeing you pop up with a Megan Thee Stallion on the act like we supposed to just like accept that. No, we can't accept that. That ain't how it is. And then you vote for transgenders. I don't believe in it, but it is what it is, you know. But you ain't help the black woman or the black man. To me, you just helping anybody that's in your party.
We recognize what Kamala Harris is doing right now. I don't think black men can relate to Kamala in any way. Trump's a businessman. A lot of black men want to be entrepreneurs. They can relate to Trump in the way they want to make money. They want to have a business, and Trump is really supporting business owners and just the everyday American. I don't see Kamala doing that.
Now listen. Look, now here go how you answer this question, right? This question says, what does the Democrat Party get wrong about black men? I'm going to here go my answer. This is what they get wrong. They get 20% wrong. That's what they get. They get 20% wrong. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, percentages say otherwise, that we aren't a monolith. Which percentages? Which percentages say we ain't a monolith? Say that we ain't one? We too close to 100% to not be one. You know what I'm saying? I think that's starting to change, though. Oh, you meant you are. Okay, all right. I was about to say, yeah, facts. This is Joe Biden telling the truth. Back when he had a couple little brain cells in his head. Back when Joe Biden, listen, man, that 2020 Joe Biden, this is when Joe Biden was sharp right here. This Joe Biden wouldn't have got knocked out by Trump in that debate. This is when Joe Biden was on top of his game. He was coming with the statistics like this.
You ain't black.
Hey, this is when Joe Biden was telling the truth. You asked Joe Biden a question. It wasn't no stutter stepping. It wasn't no, I don't know what I'm saying. It wasn't no, I'm getting lost. Joe Biden, nah, I got you, bro. Here, hold on.
You ain't black.
Trump wouldn't have knew what to do with that, Joe Biden. Hey, look, this is what I said. They shouldn't have took the old man out and put Kamala Harris in. Joe Biden had it. Trump would have been like, and the migrants coming in, they stealing black jobs. Joe Biden would have been like, what you talking about, black jobs? You ain't black.
You ain't black.
These people so damn dumb. Like this is dumb. This is like a horror movie for real. Oh man, this shit crazy, man.
I think they assume that we're all stupid because they don't even really come out and campaign really in Detroit because they feel like they have our vote already.
We tired of everything that's going on in the last 4 years. Her policies, she have none.
Look, they gonna make a remix. Look, shout out to Cool Keezy. They about to make the KRS-One remix. Black jobs, black jobs, black jobs. Black jobs, black jobs, black jobs. You want to go get yourself a black job? You got to close the border and keep your black job. You might get shot. Because Trinidad Agua, they coming up top. You all up in the city with them racist white cops. You better be careful because they gonna hire a migrant at your job. Black jobs. Close that border and keep your black job. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Oh man, black jobs. Shout out to Mina Jean. Mina Jean says sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Hey, you got to keep hitting, you got to keep swinging to get that field goal percentage up. Sometimes you might miss. You know what I'm saying? You might throw an air ball up sometimes, but then the next time you might get nothing but net, though. Oh, man. That's hilarious.
And keeping men out of women restrooms in sports. American energy. Keeping us out of wars. I can keep going.
No, we are a monolith, and then they can give us government stipends and marijuana to make us happy. Is that what you said on that podcast? Yeah. So
I guess we're poor, right? Like as far as like if you're black and you're supposed to be a Democrat and you fall up under the low income, I guess part of the slavery African American notion. But I know that Republicans used to be Democrats, back in the 40s and 50s before what it is today.
They think that they'll believe everything they say, and that's completely wrong because there's plenty of black men here, young black men supporting Trump.
Oh, that comes from lack of understanding of what the black man is struggling. I work for the UAW, I work for Chrysler, Stellantis, so she hasn't done anything for us. And now that I see her, I'm looking at her like, where you at? Now you want to say, what you gonna do for the union workers? We middle class. He did a lot for us. First.
You know what she gonna do for a union worker? She said, you better thank a union worker. You better thank a union worker. You know what I'm saying? You better thank a union worker.
First time. So I'm expecting them to do the same thing this time. Last time, maybe you know situations that I thought that she was gonna come through. You said, well, as a black woman, I thought you was gonna be like, hey, I got the black man because he gonna help the black family. But you ain't done none of that, so I don't know.
Man, look. So let's take a look at this. They put out another clip talking about the quote-unquote black voters. Shout out to Mina Jean. Make sure y'all show Mina Jean some love for like enforcing. Definitely appreciate it. And apparently the polls are looking kind of different. The polls are looking a little bit different. Let's take a look at this.
2 weeks to the election day, and new polls show Vice President Kamala Harris losing ground with crucial blocks in her party. They have always counted on the Latino voters, but they're now voting for Donald Trump by double digits. The same poll showing her support among black voters hitting a record low with just 72% of them backing her.
She's below floor. She's off quality control. Wow. I'm impressed. Kamala Harris is setting her. She's about to historically do the worst with black voters. She about to make history. She about to make history for all the wrong reasons. Hey, you know how it used to be so important for being a first black? She might not be the first quote unquote black female president, but you know what I'm saying? If they're gonna keep calling her black, she gonna be the first black Democrat. She gonna be the first black Democrat to get less than 80%. Yeah, it's still high. It's good that it's trending down though. You know what I'm saying? But it is still too high. Now we got to sit here and stare at this number because, we got to ask this question. What would make people do the same thing at the same intensity for 6 damn decades? What do you say about that? What do you say about that? To me, that's quite the phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, to put it politically correct.
To put it in perspective, that's down 92%. That's down from 92% from black voter support of the Democratic candidate back in 2016.
Now, this is interesting. The two white Democrats, look at that. Look at the two white Democrats, look at them. They 90% compliance. The allegedly black one, the one with a little bit of melanin, 78%. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. Look at them numbers. Man, they got the quality control. The quality control, that quality control, man. Look at that. 92% for Hillary Clinton, for real though. 90% for Biden. Man, hey, listen, man, you know, it's crazy. Thank goodness that the YouTube logic doesn't apply, you know, in real life, right? Because by YouTube logic, this would say something about what people's quote unquote voting preferences are. And what's interesting about this is that these are numbers that you can actually quantify. It's actually kind of difficult to quantify quote unquote dating preferences. But when we're looking at quote unquote voting preferences, these numbers can be quantified. We might have to put this information in the back pocket and bring it up at an appropriate time later on.
Contributor, former Democrat Leo Terrell joins us now. So I found this poll just fascinating, Leo. When you look at the support for Hillary Clinton, it was 92% of black support. When you look for Joe Biden, it was 90%. You got Kamala Harris at 78%. The question is why?
Oh, it's very simple. Thanks for having me, Lawrence. It's not in their best interest. It's not in the interest of blacks and Hispanics to vote for Kamala Harris.
Now, here go my question. The same news network, Fox, they've been saying for a long time that black people don't vote, you know what I'm saying, for their own interest. And now all these people are coming out saying that black people are voting for their own interest. So which one is it? Do we not vote for our own interest, or do we vote for our own interest? Can we, what are we doing here? Which one is it?
She hurts them economically. They have seen nothing in progress over the last 4 years. And I want to be very clear. The whole notion of the race card that Trump is racist is dead. It no longer works. And if he is a racist, why are Hispanic and black drifting towards him? Because of situations like the barbershop yesterday, where you were with him at the
barbershop again. They go to barbershop again.
Barbershop. And blacks and Hispanics resonate with him, and he resonates with them. And I'll sit here and tell you, I left the Democrats in 2020, voted for Trump, and I voted for him already. That is what's happening. A shift. Economic.
Now you see how he used to be a Democrat. This is where you get that aggression. This is where you get that aggression. When people realize that they've been doing something that don't really make sense, they come hard at everybody else about it. They come hard at everybody else about it. I used to be a Democrat. I used to be a Democrat. You niggas is dumb. Like, what? Like that. What? That's that self-projection. I used to be a Democrat. I used to be a Democrat. I used to be a Democrat. You niggas can't do nothing right. Like, what? How many of these old fools do you guys see making these type of talking points and logic? You know what I'm saying? That's like that. What's old boy's name? Now I did a video about this, right? About old boy. What's his name? Jamal Bryant. Yeah, TD did a video about him too. This dude Jamal Bryant sitting up there talking about, you need to learn how to take care of a sister. You know what I'm saying? Like, yada, yada, yada. You need to learn how to take care of a sister. Like, do you have any lessons that I can, you know, somebody's phone number or Rolodex or something that I can get a good referral from? Because I'm definitely not about to learn anything from you. Because if I look in the headlines about you all over the place, you know what I'm saying, for contaminating your congregation. While you sit up there telling everybody else what to do. This dude sat there and said that black men don't know how to treat or respect a woman when you literally didn't treat or respect your own wife with fidelity. And didn't nobody put a gun to your head and make you marry somebody. You chose to do that. Sitting up there whining, talking about, I got divorced because of my own infidelity. Blaring at the top of your voice at other men about what they not doing and your household not even right. That's what these dudes do. This dude right here, he doing the same thing. He done pushed his wig back like Stephen A. Smith. He got that Stephen A. Smith skull cap haircut. I used to be a Democrat. You niggas dumb. Like, okay, all right, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
It's in blacks and Latinos' interest to vote for Donald J. Trump.
Well, it's strange too, because she's not speaking to that issue. Even with her plan for black males, she doesn't address the reason why black folks are turning to Donald Trump, especially the black males. But I want to get to this because I find it very interesting that Democrats in these tough races are now crediting Donald Trump, trying to link them.
Oh man, right. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "No, don't bring that shit up, Rob. That was in the past with the pastor." Right. That's the logic that people be using too. Now, don't you bring that up now. That was in the past. Now everything is in the past. Guess what? Guess what? I said guess what in the past. You know what I'm saying?
Self to it. Here's a montage. Watch.
Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China to stop them from cheating.
Tammy Baldwin got President Trump to sign her Made in America bill.
Now, shout out to this lady right here. This is a true modern woman Democrat right here. She don't care. She's sitting up there making commercials talking about how she worked with Trump, got it signed by Biden. Hey, I'm not mad at it, man. She running that business suit. You know what I'm saying? She's running that business suit. She doing whatever she can to get the votes, and she don't care who get thrown under the bus.
Then she got President Biden to make it permanent.
That's why I wrote a law signed by President Trump forcing drug companies to show their actual prices.
This is wild to me. I don't see Republicans trying.
It is wild. Hey, look, shout out to the Fox News contributor. Even he couldn't help being black right there. This is wild to me. He couldn't even help it. He might get fired tomorrow for that.
This is wild to me. I don't see Republicans trying to.
It is. It is. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all agree? Like, this is wild. This is indeed extremely wild. And shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. This is indeed wild.
Actual prices.
This is wild to me. I don't see Republicans trying to link themselves to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Lawrence, I thought Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. I thought he was a danger to this country. What you just, and Bob Casey voted to impeach him twice. What you saw here was an admission from Democrats that Trump policies work for America, and they're running away from Kamala Harris. They're running away from Joe Biden. They're running away from the Democrat policy. This is an outright admission that Donald Trump has a policy that will make all Americans great, regardless of skin color or ethnicity.
Yeah, people keep asking me, do you believe the polls that Donald Trump is taking advantage? And I say, I don't have to look at the polls. I'm looking at the Democrats change their messaging. That tells me everything I need to know. Leo, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you, Lars. Thanks for having me.
I'm Steve Dusty.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what do y'all think about that? Are we supposed to just ignore those indicators or no? What are we supposed to do with that? Now, let me see this. Hold on real quick. Now, this video right here. Let me see. Hold on real quick. What we're watching is we're watching a grand implosion. We're watching a grand implosion. I don't think that there's ever been a grand implosion of this scale before. Hold on real quick. We've never seen a grand implosion of this scale. Now, Sky News came out with a video, and in this video, they talk about Democrats. There's still concern about the black male vote as the early voting starts in the United States. Yeah, shout out to Cool Keezy. Looking like black Americans ain't got time to tarry. CCC. We ain't got none of that. We ain't got time to tarry. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got time to tarry out here. We ain't doing this. Next election. Where TD at? We ain't doing this. Next election.
Turnout in record numbers for the US presidential election. There is one demographic Democrats are increasingly concerned about, and that is black men. Former US President Barack Obama blamed underlying sexism for the lack of enthusiasm for Kamala Harris as their candidate. Our Sky News Washington correspondent Annalise Nielsen has been speaking with voters in the battleground state of Georgia about what's holding some voters back.
My name is Alma, and I'm calling from the Harris Walls organization.
This is the toughest job in politics.
Are you planning to vote? Hello? She hung up.
With the polls
Damn.
at a virtual tie in Georgia and with just weeks to go until Election Day, it's also one of the most important jobs.
Hello?
Early voters have turned out in record numbers. More than twice as many Georgia ballots were cast on the first day of early voting compared to the last two election cycles, and records continue to be broken. Who got your vote today?
The candidate is going to win. Yes.
Young people have done an
She gave she gave one of them deflection answers. Who got your vote today? Girl, that one that's gonna win. Oh man, that white lady probably don't even understand. Translation: mind your business, mind your business. That's what the translation for that shit is. White people be acting like they the experts of shit, and they don't even be understanding the translations right there, right when they get confronted to that shit. But they allegedly so smart. Y'all so smart. Y'all qualifying and classifying people's talking languages, ebonics and shit. And somebody hit you with some shit, you don't even know what that shit mean. That shit mean mind your business. That's what that means. Just so that you know. You know what I'm saying? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. She just got nice nasty and don't even realize it. That's hilarious. Oh, man, that's funny as hell.
To be broken. Who got your vote today?
The candidate is going to win. Yes.
She just got nice nasty, you know what I'm saying? But they so smart though, and they know everything, and it's ebonics and all that though, but couldn't catch that. Like where the little shit across the bottom of the screen to translate, you know what I'm saying? Stupid ass.
Young people have done an extraordinary amount of heavy lifting for Kamala Harris's campaign, driving social media buzz and engagement. But the fact is they can be fickle, and if the Democrats can't convince them to come out and actually cast a ballot, they won't win. In particular in Georgia.
The black lady was probably like, who is these people talking all crazy like this with these accents? Shout out to Michael. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, I forgot to tell y'all that someone came to my house to see if I'm voting. Man, I ran that dude off. He claimed to be nonpartisan, but he was still in the Democrat camp. That's hilarious. Shout out to TD. Shout out to TD. TD said, if Trump win, Fox News is going to be looking for some new DEI hires, and I'm going to have my hand up like, look, hey, look, here, you want to know who Fox News? You may as well get that one up, bro. Now, mind you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wish you the best of luck, right? But I think it's some people that might outcompete you on that. I think it's some people that could outcompete you on that tip. I'm gonna show you somebody that I think might actually outcompete you for that job. You know what I'm saying? Now this dude right here, he's got a legacy. He's got a legacy. I don't know if you could compete with his legacy or not. You know what I'm saying? This cat right here.
How do I get up every single day and have all of this energy? Because it's rare. It happens occasionally, probably once every 6 to 8 months. You might see me on here, and the people know. The people know. We don't give people enough credit for being able to recognize when we're going through something.
I want you now, before we get into this, I want you to see the title of this. You're just lazy and broke. Anton Daniel says black culture is trash, makes excuses, and blames the system. So I don't know. We about to look at this. You got to outperform this. Let's go. Let's see. Hold on. We're gonna skip ahead. See if we can get into some real prime. See if we can get into some prime coon meat. You know what I'm saying?
Telling Rita yesterday, I said, man, it took me. I spent 2.5 hours doing about 200 dedicated it differently. When I got out of school, when I went into the plant, I would work 16 hours.
Okay, there we go. Now when we talk about the work history, now we really about to talk about how other black people lazy as hell. Let's go.
All of my businesses, it's the same thing. I am no different today than I was in yesteryear. In high school, I had the same work ethic, except I dedicated it differently. When I got out of school, when I went into the plant, I would work 6.
This how these people on YouTube be talking about. Nah, listen here now. I am the only black person that ever did anything in the world, ever. The rest of y'all Negroes lazy. I had a job when I was in high school. After school, I used to go to work every day. I went to work 5 hours. You Negroes lazy. Y'all ain't did shit. Y'all don't do nothing. Y'all don't do nothing. Y'all don't do nothing. That's it. I mean, it's literally like, it's the same thing all the time with all these. They all the same. They're the only person that ever did anything. Everybody else is literally lazy. Everybody else is lazy. If you're not Elon Musk, you're lazy. Shout out to TD. TD said Anton. TD said Anton for sure got me watched. Looks like I better hit up Newsmax. Facts. Yeah, you gotta, bro. I don't know. You gotta get on that grant. You know what? What we need to start doing is actually having coon awards, like actual coon awards. Like who performed the best for white people? Like which of these pathetic, soulless, delusional clowns actually made white people laugh the hardest? We could actually have like a white people laugh meter. You know what I'm saying? We could stick it into the crowd when they start laughing and see what the number is that come up on there. And if you get about the, you know what I'm saying? If you get about a 10 out of 10, you can compete. Shout out to James Hudson. If you really make some white people, I think Officer Tatum is really good at being a laughing stock for white people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who's the best one though. So we have to measure the numbers. But I think that these people should get it. They should get an award for their hard work. They believe it. They claim they believe in hard work and awards. That's what they claim. Then the people that say that the people that get second place shouldn't get no award. So I mean, I think that the first place coon should get an award for your hard work. You know what I'm saying? They be saying that people be saying that they be saying people be saying hard work is white supremacy. I don't know, but I'll give you an award for your hard work though. You know what I'm saying?
16 hours a day, and I would go to school and I would study while I was at the job. When I want,
listen, bro, listen. Let me tell you something. Shout out to the black people that's watching this. You know how I go, black people. If you don't work 48 hours a day, you just lazy. You just don't want to work. You just don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Oh, bro, look. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Patrick for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Jesse Lee Peterson is the Meryl Streep of cooning. I would say he the Pee Wee Herman of cooning. That's Jesse Lee Pee Wee Herman. That's the Pee Wee Herman of cooning. Carlton, way you amazing. We listen. It's always those niggers. Bro, the delusion be crazy. These dudes think they the only person that ever had a job while they was in high school. Literally everybody else was selling drugs. Whoa, wait, whoa, what? I wasn't ready for that one. I just turned around and seen that shit in the comments section. The Foreign Pretty Boy actually made me stop for a second. Wait a minute. What? The Foreign Pretty Boy said Anton Daniels not telling people about his time being a stunt double in man-on-man porn movies. What? Oh man, he was doing whatever because that's a listen, man. I don't want to hear him talk about hard working or working hard anymore if he was doing something like that. Never describe your work ethic as hard working ever again. You're barred from using those terms. You have to say that you were a thorough worker. You know what I'm saying? You have to say that you were you got a good work ethic. You never allowed to say I was a hard worker or quote unquote I worked hard again. If you out here being a male on male stunt double, you know what I'm saying, for some porn, like that's kind of wild. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Anton went full MAGA grift. He been like that though, bro. He do that when it's not even political season. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Pat. One of the reasons why we be getting the blanket statements is because of people like Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels will go up there and sit in Laura Ingram's lap and be like, I just don't understand why black people do the things that they do. My family was degenerate. I grew up in a single parent household. My whole family was Democrats. I used to sell drugs when I was a little boy. I went to jail for 15 years. You Negroes need to do better, man. These dudes be listing out they list off a whole laundry list of degenerate stuff that they did, and then at the end of the sentence, you Negroes need to do better. Like, what is you talking about? While you were doing all that, I was on the honor roll in high school, bro. So I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? While you were doing all this weird stuff, bro, I was making a life for myself. I was working 2 jobs in high school. According to him, he did everything. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick said he worked at the plant, but gonna say he the only one that worked who was black. Get out of here, bro. He thinks he's the only person that was ever employed. He thinks that every single black person is lazy. This dude plays identity politics more than the people that he says, more than the people that he attempts to say play identity politics. You go on Fox News because you're black. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. You sit up there complaining about somebody, quote unquote, wanting something because they're black. Fox News opened up the DEI opportunities for you to go on there and complain and talk crazy about black people that you wouldn't be able to take advantage of if you wasn't black. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's crazy. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Fleece was telling him he had a good body and he was giggling. Nigga, what's wrong with you, bro? Facts. Shout out to Mina Jean. Mina Jean said, what's your opinion on Jill Stein? Jill Stein is a Green Party member. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really have any type of opinion on Jill Stein at all, really. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people got a late stage interest in Jill Stein. One thing about Jill Stein is that she's been around forever and probably has been mentioned more in social media in the last month than she has her entire career, which is odd, being that she's been around so long. You know what I'm saying? There's that. I wonder about that, but that's not so much a her thing, right?
Georgia, Kamala Harris needs young black voters, which led to this blunt warning from America's first black president.
We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters. I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
This matters in Georgia more than any other swing state, where a third of the population is black.
I think his intent was good. I think they have been spinned. And I think black men generally are very receptive to President Obama. We voted for President Obama in droves.
Now, let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all are receptive to President Obama? If you guys are receptive to President Obama, give me a thumbs up. If you guys are not receptive to President Obama, give me a thumbs down. I've never been receptive to President Obama. That's what got me kicked out of the cookout. Now, I'm supposed to be kicked out the cookout from way back then. You know what I'm saying? When I didn't rock with, Obama. Now, but I done seen Candace Owens get kicked out of the cookout, and now she back up in there with an apron on. You know what I'm saying? Carlton on some BS. Carlton beat me to the BS. I was trying to get on the BS, but it was taking too long. So I was trying to build back up to getting on the BS. I was trying to get back on the BS, but Carlton beat me to it.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Yeah, man. Shout out to Patrick. Candace Owens got the doggone apron on, talking about Candy's Grill. You know what I'm saying? Then she got the yoga pants on across the butt. It say and it's, of course, it's supposed to be an arch, right? You know how the design's supposed to curve up with the body curvature, but the way they fit on her is just flat. It says Candy's Yams on there. You know what I'm saying? With the barbecue apparel. I'm still sitting on the outside eating a bag of Lay's potato chips. She's sitting up there flipping ribs. I'm at the barbecue. You're not. I'm at the barbecue. You're not. Oh man, shout out to Mina Jean. Mina Jean said, I never would have thought you would be a cookout person. I've always imagined you make your own food. I make my own food and I eat everybody else's. You know what I'm saying? Especially, man, the old family cookouts that we used to have, when my dad would be on the grill, man, my dad is a beast on the grill.
In 2008, for example. However, the critical issue is who is advancing a platform that
look, she got what's the name of that type of barbecue sauce? She got open pit smeared all on her apron. It's a little MAGA apron, and it got open pit barbecue sauce smeared all over it. I got your rabs. I got your rabs. You know what I'm saying? Corn on the cob. And then I'm sitting up over there at the gate with the bag of Lay's potato chips. She's sitting there like, you're still outside. You're still outside. Hey, I was watching her live stream this morning, right? She had 45,000 people live in there. 45,000. Not 45,000 subscribers. 45,000 live viewers in her chat. And then YouTube shut her stream off. YouTube shut her stream off more effectively than she was shut off from the barbecue. I just wanted to say that. You know what I'm saying?
has squared away with our democratic interests. And there's nothing more and there's nothing less to that.
Times are harder now than they were. Like, I don't know why.
The feeling among the men in this Savannah barbershop is that they don't have a candidate to be excited about.
Yeah, I didn't vote in 2020. Yeah, the last person I voted for was Obama. I voted for him twice. That was the last time I voted. And that's what kind of stopped me from voting, because I voted for a black man, and I'm a black man. I voted for him twice. And I had a motherfucking chance.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, you know, you in the Midwest, they don't even have open pit in ATL or Miami, but Detroit uses. Yeah, bro. Facts. And then, like I said, Verner's, bro. You know what I'm saying? I drink Verner's ginger ale. When people be talking about ginger ale, I drink Cotton Club once in a blue moon, but I drink Verner's for real, for real. That's the real, that's the real shit, right? That's the shit that'll burn your throat out. That's like drinking Verner's is like drinking Listerine that's carbonated. You know what I'm saying? I ain't drinking nothing else. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Nah, I didn't see that Deformed Pretty Boy, but TD said he gonna do a stream about it tomorrow. I'm about to peep his stream. I heard there was some crazy shit that was said on that.
Not shit changed. If anything, shit got kind of worse for me. For me personally, I don't know how it is for gay folks or white folks or foreign folks, because he did things for those people, but he didn't do anything for people where I come from.
Faith in politics is fading fast here.
I just feel like it's all lies to me, though. To be honest with you, I feel like it's all lies. Both of them. Not just one. That's just how I feel. Been feeling like that for a while, but I voted my last time just to vote. So I'm not going to vote just to vote this time.
I can't worry about what my grandma and my auntie and them think. No, I ain't worry. Like I said, it's not a black thing. It's not a woman thing. Ain't either one of them, right? But shit, whoever gonna help me out.
Right. Look, shout out to Patrick. You see that? They in the barber shop again. Let me ask y'all this. In the comment section, name some places where you can find black people outside of a barber shop, because it seemed like white people don't know. White people pushing the narrative, the only place you can find a black man is in a barbershop. We had to search all these barbershops all across the United States, and we found all these black people. Like, what is wrong? Like, what is wrong with these people?
What my man say, can you help me? Help me. Help me. That's what I need. I need some help. He is, because he's been.
Rodriguez can't vote because he's a felon. prompts another discussion in the barbershop about Donald Trump's own rap sheet.
It is what it is.
Resonates love in the black community.
I know.
Really? It does.
Yeah, because
it resonates because being black in America, that's one of those things that most young black men, we know it's gonna hit us.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I feel that. I don't know if I feel that. I don't know if I feel having an interview with a white lady in the barbershop sitting up there talking about like being a felon is part of being black. Like I don't feel that. I don't feel that talking point. That's not true. Shout out to TD. TD said Trump found us at Chick-fil-A. But look though, here go with Chick-fil-A though, right? What people don't know about Chick-fil-A is Chick-fil-A is traditionally a conservative, religious-owned organization. So, like, you know, whatever go on at Chick-fil-A, if Trump be at a Chick-fil-A, that ain't really Trump being out of place for real, for real. Like Chick-fil-A is actually legit Trump-type stomping grounds based on who owned the business. You know what I'm saying? But I don't be feeling, and then you got these dudes like the barber, like, yeah, you know, that's something we could feel because we all, man, like, I don't feel that, bro. I don't feel nothing about no felon. I don't feel nothing about being, you know what I'm saying? I don't relate to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying with that. And I gotta agree with Patrick. Most black men don't have a felony. If y'all agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. But like, how do you counter that narrative when you got people that go and put a camera and a microphone in somebody's face and they be like, yo, we got felons. We got felonies. Now, like, what if I went to a white business that's inside of a suburb or something like that, and I'd be like, how y'all feel about all the familicides? Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all just be offing y'all families. Like, you know what I'm saying? What's going on with that? And they look at me like I'm crazy. I can't believe you came here and said that. But like these dudes, they just kind of embrace it. Like, I don't feel that. I don't know why people do that. You know what I'm saying?
Donald Trump's own rap sheet.
It is what it is.
Resonates love in the black community.
I know.
Really? It does.
Yeah, because
it resonates because being black in America.
Did you hear her? She like, really? Like she like what? Listen in the background. Y'all hear the white lady? She like, what? She did. She did the Russell Westbrook.
About Donald Trump's own rap sheet.
It is what it is.
Resonates love in the black community.
I know.
Really? It does.
Yeah, because
it resonates because being black in America, that's one of those things that most young black men, we know it's gonna hit us. We don't know what we're gonna do. We don't know what they're gonna put on us to give us a felon. Like over in America, like most young black men, they give us felon. We have felons by the time we're 25. Right. Even the good ones.
That's not true. That's not true. How many do you guys feel that that's true? If you guys think that what that dude just said is true, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he sound ignorant. Yeah, he sound ignorant as hell. He sound ignorant as I'm not gonna lie. He sound ignorant as hell. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said they want to talk to some real black men. Hit First Fridays in Oakland, the first Friday of every month. Let them talk to some of them third generation Oakland dudes whose parents were Panthers. Yeah, facts. I don't know what that dude was talking about. That dude was saying some wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, we just be sitting up there committing felonies and all that and don't know what finna happen. PD said that's some Oswald Bates babble. Bro, that was like, bro, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Now look at this. I think I actually did a live stream where we talked about this. This dude, I'm gonna just put this up here real quick. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, take a moment to smash that like button. If y'all haven't shared the stream, take a moment and share the stream. This dude, this dude has a interesting face. A very interesting face. You know what I'm saying? This is one of them faces that you ain't never gonna forget. Could you imagine if you woke up and his ass was staring over you? Look at that. I ain't never seen a face like that in my life. You know what I'm saying?
A couple of weeks off from the election, right? A little less than a month. And I did not anticipate us getting to this point of the election cycle and black men being the topic of discussion, but yet still here we are. A very interesting week as we talk. So first, thanks for the time again. And I'd rather start the conversation off by asking one word to describe where we are in this election cycle, being as though, again, the black vote is, the topic of discussion.
We're in the fourth quarter, probably on the 15-yard line.
Fourth quarter, 15-yard line.
And to push it through, VP Harris and her team are going to need to boost support from not just black men, but also millennial and Gen Z black voters, because that's where there's lagging. We're trying to combat what we call the generation gender gap in the black electorate.
Yeah. I know, the topic right now, again, black men do not seem to be supporting vice president, although, we can go back and forth on what that means. She's still getting 84% of the black vote, according to Pew Research. But, let's stay right on the poll part, because you have come out with a new poll and you're kind of talking to black men about, their attitudes and what they're feeling, their behaviors, and why the Democratic message may not be getting through the way that it did in previous years, the way in, former.
It's about time that the Democratic message get through. Which Democratic messages y'all talking about not getting through? The Democrat message that should have not gotten through first is that we have no plans to do anything for you once we've secured your vote. That is the first message that should have been received. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That is the first message, right? That's the first message that should have been received, if you ask me. Out of all the messages that that have been going around as far as Democrats go, way back in 1960.
Presidential elections, one of which featuring, Barack Obama, who was in the news lately because he was, disappointed at what is perceived to be lack of voting or lack of support for Kamala Harris among some black men. But based off of your poll, right? And in your poll, you find that 73 to 10, I believe, you find that black people are still leading. Well, 70.
Yeah, his face actually looked like the monolith statue. Like he looked like his head, like it looked like somebody buried his torso and he just sticking up out of Easter Island, just staring straight ahead. Hey, that dude face looked like an Olmec head. This old Olmec head fool, like his face looked like an Olmec head for real. I ain't trying to hear nothing about Olmecs with people other than black people. That nigga's proof that Olmecs is black. Man, I got a screen. Next time they put him on the screen, I got a screenshot him. He finna be I'm about to let the AI go to town on him. Man, I'm about to make a documentary video proof that the Olmecs was black. Oh man, that's hilarious.
73-18 with 10% undecided. They're still leading in this race. But what is that poll? What did you find? What's interesting about it? What needs to be said?
This is proof. I ain't trying to hear nothing. This dude right here is proof that the Olmecs, the Aztecs, and the Mayans was all black. I ain't trying to hear nothing else. I ain't trying to hear nothing. I don't want to hear it. I don't need to listen to no content. I don't need to look at no history book. I don't need to know nothing. I seen this ninja. I know what time it is. I know what it is.
That, can really maybe support or, energize that base that she may be lacking right now amongst black.
This man's face substantiates anything that Dane Calloway ever said. I apologize for any time I've ever roasted Dane Calloway, any of that kind of stuff. I don't need to hear. I don't need to see no information. I don't need to look at no book. I don't need to see no type of documentation, nothing. I don't seen this man's face. This dude being alive is proof that black people started here in the United States. I'm fully on board. You know what I'm saying?
Black men.
Yeah, so we've actually done 11 tracking polls since last October.
Yeah.
We've surveyed more than 20,000 black voters, and we found a consistent ceiling for first President Biden and now VP Harris at somewhere between 75 to 80% support for the community overall. Now, when you break that community,
man, you ask him like, "Yo, what you been doing all summer?" Well, me and the wife, we just remodeled the pyramid. Me and the wife, we just remodeled a pyramid, and we added a couple temples on the outside, and that's really about it. It was a pretty good summer, pretty productive,
up by generation, the baby boomer generations and the Gen X generations, they're right where normal Democratic candidates are with black voters. They're above 85%. They're close to 90%. What's changed in this election is that the younger millennial and Gen Z voters are a larger share of the voting age population in the black community. They're not as attached to the Democratic Party as their parents and grandparents are. And so the Democrats need to sell them on why they should vote for them in a way that Democratic candidates, no Democratic candidates had to do since the 1990s, probably. And so that's why everyone is shocked that we are at this.
Yeah, he OG, bro. He's bro. This dude is so FBA that Mesa Musa gonna be at his family reunion. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I saw. We had the family reunion. It was about 100 years ago, 200 years ago. And it was one of the last time the Mooses came through. You know, they always have to outdo everyone with all their gold. It's just you know, I tend to be a little more frugal.
Moment, but there's nothing in particular that is wrong with black men or young black voters in general. It's just that the Democrats have not made an effective case.
Look, you know who this dude is? This is Yaqub's original arch nemesis. whoever was the opposite of Yaqub, this is him right here. This dude right here was Yaqub's arch nemesis.
As to why they deserve their support in the minds of these young people. Right now, someone like President Obama can scold black men and say it's about, there's no evidence of that in the polling. We have absolutely no evidence of that in the polling. We've run polls where black men are saying, sure, they like VP Harris. They respect her. They want her to do well, but getting them off the couch to vote for her, they need to be sold on that. And that's like every other.
See, like I was the first one talking about what's going to get you off the couch. You know what I'm saying? This old Olmec head, content creator stole my idea. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, high school would have been real hard for him. Not if he was an athlete, he'd have been straight. Bro, you could being an athlete or being the biggest person in school, that can save you from anything. That can definitely hold on real quick. That can definitely save you from anything. Let me see. Hold on. What else we got? Let me just take a look at this. Let me see. Yeah, let's look at this. So they've been talking to these black voters all over the place. They've been doing these interviews. That's one of the things that I'm about to start doing. How many of y'all would watch that if I did some vlog style political content? Put the camera in somebody's face. Hey, who you voting for? You know what I'm saying? But I plan on doing that. Now, I might not do it this year, but you know what I'm saying? I might, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, my channel will be a little bit bigger. I'll be able to do it next year. But I'm going to try to do that type of stuff and do like interviews all over the place. Yeah, he look like an Anunnaki, bro. Like Nibiru happened to come and it came right in time for that interview. You know what I'm saying? They asked him, what's his name? Inky? What's your name? Inky or Enlil?
Hello, Brian. We're going to be doing this all week. I'm absolutely terrified right now, I got to admit, because my producers told me you weren't going to tell me where you are. There's a chance here I look like an idiot. Don't make me look like an idiot. Where are you, Brian?
No, I think it's an easy one. Listen, we start the big road trip tonight, 2 weeks across the country. We're going to be with you every night. But I want to give you a couple hints of where we are right now. These are probably the most famous stairs in the country, maybe the world. This city has the first residential street in America, and it is a very, very popular place with the presidential candidate. So what do you think? It should be easy for you. Come on.
Didn't that Rocky guy?
Shout out to Michael R. Michael R. said he got Michael Jackson's original nose. Yo, that's wild. That's crazy.
I run up him.
Yeah, Rocky. It's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Blake. These are the Rocky Steps, the famous Rocky Steps. You remember that movie where he runs through the streets of Philly and he runs up the steps and everybody's chasing behind him? It's almost like a metaphor in a way for the presidential election. Both of the candidates have been here nonstop. Democrats have won 8 of the last 12 presidential elections here in Pennsylvania, but it's been an uphill battle this year. And part of that is there have been some challenges we found with black men. Take a look. In South.
So now this is my question for y'all. Everybody is concentrating, and you know what I'm saying, like they all obsessed with black men and who black men gonna vote for and why black men voting for who they voting for, or if black men are voting for all, if people gonna get up off the couch, or if people gonna be on the couch. My question is, why the sudden concern with black men? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Let me know what y'all think about why they're so concerned with black men this election. Because all it is they're just gonna be concerned real quick, and then after they get whatever it is that they think they're getting, or get whatever it is that they want, they not really gonna have time to address black men anymore after that. So you know what I'm saying. What do y'all think? Let me know what y'all think.
Philadelphia, at Fahim's Hands of Precision, they line up some of the biggest stars. But today, the buzz is about politics.
Look at this, another damn barbershop. Shout out to Patrick. You see what I'm saying about this barbershop stuff? Another doggone barbershop. Another barbershop. That's all it is barbershops. We've traveled all across the world to find another barbershop. Like,
and it was because it was on Instagram. Trump is going to give police officers immunity. I've seen a lot of people disagreeing with that.
Not even that. They want to shut down the Department of Education.
I mean, I love watching it for the entertainment purposes. Like it'd be like, you know, a little comedy in there, you know, a little bit of drama, a little bit of everything.
For owner Fahim Alexander, trimming and shaving here for 24 years, it's all about community.
You know, being a barber, you know the whole family.
These days, many of those families are struggling.
Inflation is killing everybody. Like literally, this blade on my clipper has tripled in price.
Inflation, everything is bananas. It's crazy.
The economic pinch may be shaving support away from Democrats. State voter registration records show a decade ago, Democrats outnumbered Republicans in Pennsylvania by more than 1 million voters. That advantage has shrunk to 350,000.
I think we need Donald Trump. I honestly do. I think we need a hustler back in our White House.
They need to be more hands-on, you know, in the community. They need to be invested in the small businesses in every community in the United States of America.
As to skin color swaying their vote,
it's not enough. I don't think skin.
Now, let me ask y'all this, man. How many of y'all get tired? Why do white people always try to do this grandstanding, this weird grandstanding, constantly badgering black people about skin color, quote unquote, swaying votes and all this? The only people that have ever used skin color for any type of advantage for anything ever are white people. Why do they constantly question everybody else about that? It's really weird. I don't understand why people don't make them feel more awkward for doing that. I don't know why people just allow that. I'd be like, when have black people ever did anything as far as quote unquote skin color? We never made any laws. Right, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, I guess you can't find black people at law firms or doctor's offices. You know what else? You know how they called the Jocelyn Nongare and all of those people that got deleted by the migrants? They called them angel babies. That black girl that got beat up in Chicago by that Mexican migrant, they don't call her an angel baby. I'm just saying.
Skin is enough. Skin color is enough. I would love to see her more in the black community, more in small business communities, to actually see what's really going on.
We ask tonight that you help us to rise above it.
Reverend Todd.
That is a big ninja right there. That ninja's big as hell.
Johnson gave the opening prayer at Trump's Philadelphia rally in June. He hears the frustration from many in his congregation.
Yes, I hear that a lot. These are lifelong Democrats. They're not in love with Trump, but they see Trump as a viable alternative to what they are experiencing with their pocketbook and their wallet.
He points to crime as another big factor. Despite figures showing violent crime in Philly is actually at the lowest level in a decade, parishioners say they're scared to walk the streets.
They see Trump as a person.
I will almost bet my entire paycheck that he drives around in a black Tahoe the size of a doggone school bus,
who would have more of a law and order.
He says Harris being black and a former district attorney won't be enough to win them back.
I would imagine most of my members attach her to Biden. Those two are inseparable. So
I don't understand why white people continue to ask this issue of quote how White people, how on your news network can you ask about black people voting based on skin color when Kamala Harris has the least support out of the last 3 Democrats and she has the most similar skin color to us? White people asking black people about skin color support is as stupid as Barack Obama saying black men don't support Kamala Harris. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is that badgering stuff that white people do that they think is funny. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of, like, to me, people should not let this stuff fly. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said these kind of people make it obvious the skin color is not a concern, but they always bring it up. Bro, facts. Facts. If y'all agree with Win Loser Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. That right there, that's what white people do with skin color, quote unquote, and racism. It's the exact same thing that them pro-black coons do when they project all of their degeneracy and infidelity and, you know what I'm saying, all the stuff that they do onto everybody else. Like that reverend sitting up there blaring about black men not knowing how to treat a woman. Come to find out, this dude is a womanizer. And then there's that. Deformed pretty boy. She's not black. That's who that Joe Biden was probably actually talking to Kamala Harris for real when he said this.
You ain't black.
She said, Joe, pick me as your vice president so I can be the first black female vice president. And Joe Biden turned around and scratched his ass and looked her dead in her eye and said,
You ain't black.
Oh, man, that's hilarious, man.
The distaste for Biden will carry over for the distaste for Kamala.
She did too much out LA for me. She did too much damage to the black community out there.
Experts say if Trump can turn out enough black voters, it could help sweep Pennsylvania.
Trump had our economy humming. He'll do it again. But Kamala Harris is focused.
Man, that's a simple campaign commercial right there. Trump had our economy running. He'll do it again. Like, it don't get no more. God damn. It don't get no more basic than that, do it? I mean, that's short, sweet, and to the point.
Trump had our economy humming. He'll do it again.
That's a TD Terry time level commercial right there. That shit was like 2 seconds. Trump had a good economy. He'll do it again. This commercial was only 5 seconds long because I ain't got time to Terry.
Economy humming. He'll do it again. But Kamala Harris is focused on you.
The campaigns are in assault mode, spending millions on TV ads and repeated visits to the area. They have their work cut out for them.
You know, if you want me to vote for you, what are you really going to do for myself, my family, my community?
Listen, man. Listen. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, next thing we know, Umar going to have a snow bunny. I wouldn't be. Listen, hey, more power to him if he got one. I ain't mad at it. That's him. He done pigeonholed himself in to now anything that he do outside of his talking points, he locked in and looking dumb. That's why he can't even, he saw some stuff he wanted to buy. You can't even talk to nobody now. Umar Johnson got he got quote unquote in trouble for talking to the white girl at the mall. O'Shea Duke Jackson made about 10 videos. O'Shea made about 10 videos about it. Umar did that to himself. All them cats do that shit to themselves. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. I appreciate you, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says, we have big Indian festivals in San Francisco, and guess who always promoting it? Kamala Harris. I'm not surprised, bro. I'm not surprised at all.
It really was interesting, Blake, talking to those folks in the barbershop, because
What's
a lot
good
of them
with the
feel like
AW1? That's
Democrats,
what's
in a
up.
sense, have taken advantage of them, just assumed that they're going to vote blue every single time. And they say they may change their minds this time. They want to see more investment in their community. So it's going to be interesting how things plan out. I told Leland, he said, you can't just sit on the Rocky Steps. You got to run the Rocky Steps. We have a 6-hour drive for a stop tomorrow for you, Blake. We're going to hit the road. We're on the hill every night this week.
Yeah, look
we'll
at
see you
that.
tomorrow, Blake. See ya.
Now, what do y'all think? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about all this. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit torn. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. Now look at this. This is an article from the 18th. 2024 election odds. Bets on Trump jump as Kamala Harris lags in battleground polls. Now, we did the math on the battleground polls before this happened. Do you remember what the math was? We did the analysis. The analysis on the battleground polls was this. RFK Jr. removing himself from the battleground polls would give Trump those votes because the RFK voters was more aligned with the Trump voters. Remember when we talked about that? If y'all remember when we talked about that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember, then give me a thumbs down. Now, this is how the Democrats did everything wrong. If they had left RFK in there, it would have pulled them votes away from Trump. They really messed up trying to get RFK out the election. Because them getting RFK out of the election, very few of those people went to Kamala Harris. So they went and did all that and didn't even benefit from it. For the most part. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says offshore bettors continue to drive up the probability. You see that? Drive up the probability that former President Donald Trump will win the 2024 presidential election because they predict he has a better chance of winning battleground states such as Pennsylvania. All right. So they think that Trump got a good chance with the battleground states. As of Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time, Trump's probability of winning topped 60% on Polymarket, a crypto trading platform. Those are the odds that markets gave him when President Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Didn't we say that after all of the movement and volatility from the shifting around, that things will go back to how they were before? Shout out to Mina for being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Mina. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I got to agree with DeAndre. DeAndre said because they're dumb. They should have welcomed RFK. Facts. RFK was taking votes away from Trump that Kamala can't get. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Betfair Exchange, the biggest UK peer-to-peer betting platform, predicted on its temperature gauge Friday morning that Trump was on the brink of likely win. Presidential election betting can't be done legally in the United States. National polling aggregated by Real Clear Politics still shows a much less emphatic picture. Vice President Kamala Harris has led by nearly 2 percentage points since Harris and Trump debated on September 10th. But Harris has narrowly trailed in battleground state polling through October. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How often have you heard about the battleground state polling? There's a reason why they're not really even talking about that. The media is so slanted and the media is so biased that the media gonna sit up there and just not even discuss certain information that may make Kamala Harris not look favorable. How are you supposed to trust a mainstream media that does that? Trump's odds of winning rise as his lead widens in battleground polling. All right, you see that? Trump's odds of winning rise as his lead widens in battleground polling. Donald Trump's chances of winning 3 battleground states and presidency as suggested by bets placed on Polymarket. So this is what it's looking like right here. All right. Look at that. Battleground state polling averages. You see Trump got 48.2%. Harris got 47.5%. Now, how did these statistics come true? How did this happen? So are bettors seeing something that pollsters aren't? Polymarket warned Tuesday in its weekly Oracle newsletter that big differences in betting markets aren't the same as wide margins in polling. While Trump's lead is the largest it's been since the summer, it's important not to overstate its significance. A 55-45 prediction market edge is not nearly as strong as a 5-point polling lead, the newsletter said. Small moves in polls are magnified into large swings in the odds. Okay. Trump's odds rise in Pennsylvania, but race close in polling. It's little surprise that Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes, the most among the real clear politics toss-up states, has been visited often by both campaigns. So when bettors see Pennsylvania polls leaning towards Trump, they have dramatically driven up his odds of winning the state. Pennsylvania is the tipping point state, Bernard Uros, Oxford economics lead U.S. economist, said October 10th. The independent economic advisory firm sees narrow paths to victory for either candidate, and each path runs through Pennsylvania. Now, let me ask y'all this. Shout out to TD, because me and TD been kind of talking about this. TD said a lot of the states have been coming out saying that the polls are not going to be done on the day of the election. How many of you all have heard that? If you guys have heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard that, then give me a thumbs down. Now, why am I asking that? I'm asking that because it is. How does the presidency transfer if they don't count the polls? How's that work? It's an extremely, extremely tight race, Yarrow said. We're talking about margins here of tens of thousands of votes. All right, so now they go into, just basically little data point details. All right, but the point of that is that the betting margins show Trump ahead. Okay. So again, my question for you guys is, how accurate is that? A lot of people think that the magic is going to happen again. Do you believe in magic? We've already seen magic happen, so most of us believe it.
We're losing a great country, no matter what you think about it or what happened way back then. But anybody that can say that they living better now than they was 4 years ago, I mean, I'll be happy to hear, how you're living better.
I'll tell you how people living better. Anybody that's smuggling migrants in the country right now is doing amazing. If you are a cartel member or a human trafficker, you eating right now. If you sell fentanyl, you doing good too. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of respected Obama in a sense because I voted for him twice. But then for him to come out and say that, it was very disturbing. I did it because it felt good. It felt right because he was, an African American. And for me listening to his.
See, I felt. Sim culture. I felt. I don't understand. Listen, if you've made mistakes like this in your life and somebody want to interview you, I don't even understand why you would go down this road and even discuss, why would you even say that? I wouldn't even say that out loud. Even if I did it, I'm not telling nobody. I messed up right here. I'm about to just move forward. You know what I'm saying? He said he felt.
To hear, how you're living better. I kind of respected Obama in a sense because I voted for him twice. But then for him to come out and say that, it was very disturbing. I did it because it felt good. It felt right because he was, you know, an African American. And for me, listening to his stories about how he came up and how he was in Chicago and how he was helping the community, I really, really fell for it, to come to find out that a lot of the things that he was saying was lies. And that really disappointed me because I really, really, you know, I invested. I mean, the same thing I'm doing out here, I was doing with Obama. I was beating the streets, trying to get people to listen, talking to people, and he really hurt my feelings.
Well, one of the reasons I think that it's important to vote for Trump is because I'm dissatisfied with our borders. I believe.
Shout out to PD That Remains. PD That Remains said he's sounding just like a woman.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga Reaper keep it 1,000.
Yeah, facts. Word of advice to people, man. Do not do things based on feeling.
That those need to be secure and actually taken care of. And also, one of the other issues that I take part of, I'm part of the LGBT, that community. We have to make a line of demarcation when it comes to this whole trans ideology, when they're trying to go in and push this on kids, and also having drag queens and all these other people kind of read to little kids and those types of things. I have nieces and nephews, and I don't think that's a cool thing. When I was coming up, we didn't have that. You have to take your bumps and bruises, and you have to figure that out on your own, and it kind of helps you, makes you into a better person. Another one of the issues that I think is that this particular economy that we have right now, I don't think this is something that's good. I think Trump can actually get in and get it taken care of.
Yeah, I think everything comes down to my Christianity beliefs. I stand by that, pretty strongly. And I just believe that every policy that Trump is pushing is something that I hold true to from a value as well as a moral standpoint. I will say that I did vote for Obama. But I didn't believe that I received, or I believe that our culture received everything that we should have received while Obama was in office. And I just believe that I resonate more with the Trump policies than I do on the Democrat side. I've been Democrat my entire life. Families voted Democrat. I probably have been the only family member that decided.
See, all these dudes think, like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, this is like a lot of these dudes. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. A lot of these dudes that are flipping and becoming Republicans and becoming conservatives, they're not as logical as you think. This is just the other side of their emotion, the same emotion that caused them to vote Democrat. Now they're just going to the other extreme. So see, they're still falling into the pattern. They're falling into the same pattern that I keep telling y'all. A lot of this stuff is projection. All of these dudes that sit there and you know, they'll go on TV and berate other black people and talk wild. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, when you get down to the reality of it, the reality of it is that these dudes are on the interviews talking about themselves. You know what I'm saying?
I decided to step aside and vote for the Republican Party because I believe their values are more aligned with my culture as well as my family culture and values. So here's my take on what Obama said. I actually agree with what Obama said, but I don't believe or agree on the premise in which he said it. So the fact that he's saying that you should vote for Kamala because she's most familiar with the culture or the upbringing or the struggles that black people have had to face. So you should vote for someone who understands those pressing issues. Obviously, Obama is biased, thinking that she's going to be able to vote or she's going to be able to push policies automatically that's going to support black people. I think that where Obama failed to understand is that most black men are not voting for Kamala because of her race. They're voting based on policies, and they believe that, you know, the policies of Trump resonate more with black people.
Now, you guys have noticed that when you watch a lot of these people, you will see them and what they're going to say is that, oh, well, you know, these policies, quote unquote, resonate with black people. Okay. Well, which ones, right? Because you guys already know. I told y'all, you know, my position, right? the crypto policies, hey, that all that sound good, right? So when it comes to Kamala Harris, comparing against what Kamala Harris got going on, Kamala Harris don't have any crypto policies, right? But none of these dudes ever say what policy that they have. It's just, oh, the policies resonate. Well, the policies at the time when black people was voting for Democrats, they resonated with black people too. Vote for us and we'll get you a little bit more rights than what you got right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of interesting.
All about last night. So Donald Trump, I found it quite bizarre, actually called him the father of IVF. And if what he meant is taking responsibility, well then yeah, he should take responsibility for the fact that 1 in 3 women in America lives in a Trump abortion ban state. What he should take responsibility for is that couples who are praying and hoping and working toward growing a family have been so disappointed and harmed by the fact that IVF treatments have now been put at risk. What he should take responsibility for is what we've been saying across the country since he hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court. They undid the protections of Roe v. Wade. What he should take responsibility for is that he's been trying to take away the protections against creating state conditions for example, women who are surviving from breast cancer. So let's not be distracted by his choice of words. The reality is his actions have been very harmful to women and families in America on this issue. Do you support President Obama? Let me first say that I'm very proud to have the support of former President Robb, and I think that the important point that I would make over and over again is I don't assume to have the votes of any demographic locked down. I have to earn their vote, and I'm going to work as I can to earn that vote and to win one of them. Ma'am, do you want to ask questions about Donald Trump's?
Now you see, she shut that question down because she know that question didn't age well. She know that that talking point, none of that, all of that went bad. So you see how quick she shut that down? She shut that down.
Do you support President Obama? Let me first say that I'm very proud to have the support of former President Robb, and I think that the important point that I would make over and over again is I don't assume to have the votes of any demographic locked down. I have to earn their vote, and I'm going to work as I can to earn that vote and to win one of them. Ma'am, do you want to ask questions about Donald Trump? There's been a lot of recent questions based on an event he did recently. He played music for about 30 minutes straight. Just questions about his mental fitness for office at this point. Do you think Donald Trump needs to take a positive test? Well, I'm going to say what I've said publicly and say many times based on my observations, and I think the observations of many. Donald Trump is increasingly unstable, and as has been said by the people who have worked closely with him, even when he was president, he's unfit to be president of the United States. Do you support the letter the administration sent Israel threatening legal action over military aid?
So again, here go my thing. Okay, like let's just say Donald Trump is unfit to be a president of the United States. What about Joe Biden, who's the president right now? What about Joe Biden, who's the president right now? Like, okay, like let's just say like I'll give you that. Trump crazy, right? I say it all the time. Trump crazy. I say this all the time, right? So let's just say, okay, I'll give you that. What about Joe Biden? He's actually the president right now. How shout out to G Mars. Look at this. How did we witness the brain meltdown of Joe Biden at the debate, right? And then we all know and are comfortable with he went from the brain meltdown back to being the president running the country. Like, he didn't go to the hospital. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of that.
I've issued my statement about that. Are you supporting calling off military aid of the situation in Gaza does not improve? I don't believe that's important. What kind of legal action do you support? We'll take it one step at a time if necessary.
Madam Vice President, the Chinese military has been doing drills around Taiwan, and Xi Jinping visited
the province across from Taiwan. It's raising pressure, obviously, on Taiwan. What is your position? Were there to be an invasion of Taiwan by the Chinese military if you were president at the time?
Well, let me restate the point I've made many times. I believe in the one-China policy, and I believe and that Taiwan has the right to defend itself.
Would the American government provide arms for the Taiwanese defense?
How will you vote on the design budget for these next I've not voted yet. I've actually not read it yet. But I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
You see how you see how it started off like she was all nice and like everything was, like it was like, oh yeah, yada yada yada. Then by the end, she wasn't playing. Okay, I gotta go. Y'all see that? I'm just saying. Just peep game. Just peep game. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what else we got. I think that's it, man. I think that's it. It's not too much. I think we said everything that we got to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that came through. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, make sure y'all smash that like button. If y'all haven't hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel. Hopefully y'all been enjoying the uploads. I got some more coming for y'all soon. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to shout out all the stream sponsors. Shout out to my man Crew Reality. Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man DSB. Shout out to AW1. Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to Patrick. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to my man Jay Bird for holding it down. Look at that. 29 months, man. Shout out to you, bro. Where do y'all see a chat on YouTube where they got a bunch of people that have been around for more than 20 months? If y'all know one, man, let me know. But I'm telling you, y'all don't. Just the one right here. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to you, Jay Bird. Shout out to my man DSB. Again! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Appreciate it, Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to DSB. Again! Shout out to my man Patrick. I appreciate you, bro. And shout out to DSB. Again! All right. Don't move a muscle. Enjoy the music. Oh, look at that. Hold on real quick. Let me shout out Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Black Free Thinker for funding the organization. Oh, here we go.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Don't move a muscle. This will take you to the premiere window for the video that is going to premiere tomorrow. All right. When you get there, make sure y'all hit that bell. Make sure y'all hit that like. Make sure y'all drop a comment. I appreciate y'all. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all don't talk about demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on TV, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking about shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking about shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking about shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey, I'm really him. Hold up.